ounce of decency.
All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just piping in here. It's about 1:40 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. We just got word that Charlie Kirk, who Turning Point USA, has been shot in Utah while doing a college campus tour like he always does. This man is a very devout Christian. The man has been instrumental in talking to college kids and on campuses, and he's a patriot. I can hear my phone is just blowing up. It has been for the last 20 minutes. So we're going to bring you in on some live coverage as it's happening. Probably take you right up to the time until we go live. Jamie and I have Guns in 7-1. We are going to talk about this. Not a lot of details, but I can tell you right now, I guarantee you it's a leftist. And these people, it's enough. This has to end. And it's always their side that's upset, and they do these kinds of things. We saw 2 attempts on President Trump's life, and probably not more that we don't even know about. And when they don't like something, they turn to the one thing they say they dislike the most, and that's guns. It's not us, not the law-abiding people. It's Democrat, liberal leftists that have lunatic ideas that are the dangerous ones. So anyway, I'm going to just put the feed on there. We're going to let this go. If I need to, I'll jump in here or not, see where we're at. I can tell you, I saw the video. It does not look good. Unfortunately, as a hunter and a shooter, as most of you who probably listen to this know, it's not good. All we can do is pray for Charlie Kirk, pray that his mercy and his forgiveness reached out there and did just like it did for President Trump. And it's going to save Charlie Kirk, because it didn't look good when I saw the video. Anyway, I will see everybody this evening. I'm still in my work clothes, so I wanted to get on here live. I'm going to let this go through here. Enjoy it, because it's pretty good as far as it looks like to me. As far as coverage, maybe that's a bad term, but let's not forget that Charlie Kirk is a patriot, a Christian, and like I said, I saw this video. It doesn't look good, everybody. So please pray for Charlie Kirk and his family, and I will let Real America's Voice take it from here.
Shooting someone is a way to solve a political issue in America. I don't know, but if you're a social media platform, if you're one of those educators that taught that in school, you've done a great disservice, not just to those who were in your immediate realm of influence. You've done it to the entire country. And I think we've got to examine the social media platforms. We got to examine the Chinese influence on TikTok, which I think has encouraged a lot of this division. And I think we need to also take a look at our education system, which has programmed people to think that hate and intolerance is a righteous thing, when in fact it's a reprehensible thing.
It is a reprehensible thing. All right. There's the hospital Charlie Kirk was taken to after being shot about an hour and 20 minutes ago now. Keeping track of this as we watch the clock, waiting to hear any update on Charlie Kirk's condition. For anyone joining, let me give you the facts as we know them. Charlie Kirk was shot around 1:20 local time in Orem, Utah, at University Valley of Utah campus. U.S. Senator Mike Lee has posted, J.D. Vance has posted, in fact, put back up, if you would, Donald Trump put up on Truth Social a comment on Charlie Kirk that we should be praying for Charlie, and we are. It was a devastating hit. The video is all over social media. Sadly, J.D. Vance, say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and young father, 2 young children. Charlie Kirk has. That's the hospital in Utah. Do have Donald Trump's Truth Social remarks too, please. When you put that up while we watch the hospital, we're hoping that the hand of God can work on Charlie's behalf there. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, said the president, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom, and God bless him. God bless him today. Shot in Utah. We do know that according to Newsweek, the university says that a suspect is in custody. There are pictures circulating on social media, but we're not prepared to confirm those yet, John, because we don't know. We've seen this too many times where pictures are circulated. It's not somebody that's actually involved with the case. The shots rang out approximately 1:20 local time. A single shot fired from the top of a nearby building at roughly 200 yards from where Charlie was sitting and taking questions from the crowd. John, all we can do is sit here and wait and pray that the outcome is a good one. We're kind of powerless.
Yeah, well, listen,
here,
those facts, which, we're going to get more facts, and often the fog of war in an incident like this, the facts change a little bit, but it does suggest that this was a significantly premeditated act, maybe the act of a sniper or someone who was trying to do something bad. And we've seen this far too often, whether it was the young man in Butler, Pennsylvania, or the gunman in Las Vegas sitting up a parapet in a hotel window and spraying down on country music singers or country music fans in Vegas. These are people that have taken some time to carry out an act in these circumstances, and all of us know that that means other people might have been in the know or had some suspicion. And it's a reminder that if we see someone teetering towards such a horrific event, how important it is to say something immediately and to get to police. We saw recently an effort by Kash Patel and the local sheriff's department in North Carolina to stop a person who was about to create a massacre at a school. Someone had to speak up to make that possible. I think that's great. We need more of that. And but again, all of these events, the more we look at these events in the last few months, you have people that have spent some time thinking out how they're going to do this and preparing and prepping and potentially taking actions that might tip someone else off. And I think if that turns out to be the case here with some of the early evidence that we're hearing, it's a reminder that if you see something suspicious, how important it is to speak up so that we don't have a regret a few moments later. And we're going to learn a lot more, but it's a pretty extraordinary and sad day for America. It's a sad day for Charlie, who's a young dad and a good young dad, somebody who's very proud of being a dad, and he wanted to hand off. He said this to me in Colorado. I want to hand off a country to my children who is better than the one I got, and that's what got him up in the morning and probably what he thought when he went to bed. He meant it sincerely. He said some very profound things in our Q&A on stage, and you got a sense that Charlie really has a great passion for this country. I think today we all should be sad that someone that had that passion and that love, regardless of our political views, that someone thought it was a righteous thing to do or an appropriate thing to do to try to silence that voice. And I hope they haven't succeeded. I hope we get some good news out of this in the near future.
I hope we do too, John. Charlie Kirk founded Turning Point USA. I mean, let's just reflect on Charlie Kirk for a moment. Let's talk about the fact that he is a unique individual. He's only in his early 30s, right? 31, 32 years old.
Very young.
Was able to create Turning Point USA in 2012. He's created this movement in America of young people. I mean, if you go to his events, John, which you have and I have, the enthusiasm, the young people, and you see young people becoming more conservative every day, right? You see this happening every day, people becoming more conservative. And Charlie Kirk is one of the driving forces behind that movement, isn't he?
He was. When I went to his first event, I think in December 2015 was the first time I spoke and was involved at an event. Maybe there were 600 or 700 people there tops, and now there are thousands. And Charlie said something to me 2 weeks ago when we were in Colorado, and he said that all that needed to be done was to let people who thought like me and grew up in values and families that taught right from wrong and that America is good, that it's okay to have those thoughts and to have those opinions, and you can be conservative and cool. You don't have to be bowed into taking someone else's bullying into a new political viewpoint. And that's what motivated him. I said, well, did you ever imagine the success? And he said, I did, because I knew once someone would stand shoulder to shoulder with one person, then the next person, we'd create a movement, and that lots of people who had these values wouldn't abandon those values because they were bullied in the public square or bullied in the schoolhouse or bullied on social media. So he understood what he was doing. He was creating a massive support system for people to feel comfortable about being conservative, about being law and order, about being Christian, and not having to be apologetic or be forced to change those opinions. And he understood the power of positive peer pressure. That's, I think, what he called it, positive peer pressure. And I really realized at such a young age, because he starts at 18, 19, 20, dropping out of college to pursue this passion he had, how wise he was beyond his years, understanding that with social media and events and discussion, he could allow people whose natural values were to be conservative or to be life protecting or a liberty protecting, that all they needed to come out of the political closet was a few more friends alongside them. And he chained those friends across this country. It's in the millions now. And I think a lot of people I talk to believe that he's a significant reason why we're seeing Zoomers, Gen Z people, become a more conservative, overtly conservative generation after the millennials who clearly lean to the left. He stood up for people who were bullied on campus. He stood up for those who had no voice. He stood up for those who saw their freedoms taken away for no reason other than mob mentality in these universities. And I think he's made college campuses a more tolerant, albeit a work in progress environment. And I think he's given an entire generation of Americans the courage to be who their values say they want to be, as opposed to what TikTok, social media, or your leftist teacher told you had to be. And I think that's an extraordinary accomplishment for someone in their 30s. And I hope when he's in his 50s and 60s, if he gets through this day, he'll have many more numbers to put under that accolade. But it's an amazing accolade. Look at that crowd that you're showing on screen there right now, Steve. That's just one location. But all across college campuses, people come to see him to find fellowship in realizing that it's okay to love America, believe in freedom, believe in life, and be a Christian and not have to apologize for it. And I think that's an amazing legacy he's already created in a young part.
That's really what it's all about here, because he believes in this country and the hope of the.
All right, I'm going to cut in here just briefly, just because I want to show you guys this. I have a video, and I want to share this right now. I can warn you that it doesn't look good. So yeah, just be advised. It don't look good for Charlie. It really don't. After seeing this.
Okay, now 5's a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many masters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great. Okay, now 5's a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many masters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
All right, that was the video. That's enough of that. I've hunted and shot my entire life since I've been able to, and we definitely need to pray for this gentleman, for Charlie Kirk, because that does not look good. It truly did not. It looked like a pretty direct hit, and I've seen that kind of hit, as many of you who are tuned in on this one, have seen when we're hunting. So all we can do is pray. We will continue coverage of this. I know we're going to be talking about this evening, but let's just face it. Some leftists. I saw some video now of a guy that they supposedly have. We shall see. I don't know, but we'll give you guys some updates. So this evening, 7:00 p.m. Mountain, 8:00 Central. Tune in, because we definitely are going to be covering this more. So I'm going to take you back to the live coverage. Real America's Voice, probably one of the best ones. So that's where we're at. Guys, we'll see you this evening.
An evacuation of the campus was initiated. Everybody weighing in, from President Trump to J.D. Vance, Senator Mike Lee. It's a tough day. Here's J.D. Vance's post on social media. Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father. Joining me now is the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. We are closely monitoring reports, it's a tweet, my friends, of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and investigation. John, I can't help but wonder how this plays in with this initiative started by Donald Trump to lower violent crime in America, and how this might, be used to galvanize people against violent crime across this country, especially against political opponents. Sadly, regardless of the outcome today, politics will rear its ugly head. Instead of coming together like we did 25 years ago on 9/11, sadly, I believe that it'll be social media and the divisiveness that has come to define us too much in 2025 that we'll see too much of. There's probably too much of it already on social media, as I've seen. Go ahead, John.
I fear this is going to be a day we're going to have a long conversation in America about the behavior even on the cable networks right now, and the way they're dealing with this episode is, I think, a sign that we are not ready to really seriously address what happened today. And it's going to take some moral leadership from the pulpit, from Congress, from the pulpit of the White House to understand the gravity of today and what we're learning and why we're having these moments. We shouldn't have to worry about a 31-year-old man going out and having a conversation on a college campus and think he's going to be gunned down. We shouldn't think that some lawmakers on a baseball field would have to worry about their safety when they're just shagging ground balls. We shouldn't have to worry that people go to a concert in Las Vegas to celebrate and some gunman sets up in the window. We shouldn't have to worry about young school children going to a Catholic school or a Christian school in Minnesota or Nashville and not coming home that night because someone with deranged political views felt it okay to end their lives. And I want to say something about a moment when this political violence first started in 2017, and I'm staying in touch with some people, so I apologize, I'm multitasking. The FBI tried to hide the true motives of the liberal activist shooter that shot the law enforcement. It took that, we took it, and they tried to hide it as a cop by suicide event when it was a liberal activist clearly targeting Republicans whom he hated. And it took us 8 years for the FBI to get us right with that information. Only Kash Patel recently got that information corrected for us. It is a great disservice when the FBI hid from us the true motive so that maybe society could start evaluating what was going on, that maybe there was some moment in history that we were upon. And when the FBI hid the true intentions of that and so many other intentions of attacks in recent years, they've done a great disservice to this country under Chris Wray and under James Comey and others who tried to hide this growing scourge of political violence as a solution. And for those people who did it, they should be held accountable because they gave us a 10-year delay in being able to address what we're probably going to have to address tonight and tomorrow and the next day in the most tragic of terms. So there are people to be held accountable for hiding this stuff. It wasn't just protecting the public. They actually harmed the public interest when they didn't tell us the truth of someone or someone's plural who were using political views to motivate killing. And I think that's something we got to come to reckon with. I think we're going to have a very difficult few days ahead of us, and I'm very worried about Charlie's well-being right now, and I'm very worried about the well-being of this country, as I know many people watching today are.
John Solomon, summing it up as well as anybody. John, I appreciate you taking the time to spend some time with us here. I know you've got some other work to tend to now because of the circumstances.
I think we're going to get some news pretty soon.
I'll leave you with this. We're getting conflicting reports on the internet. Again, we're not going to tell you anything until we have confirmation. One saying that And let's pray that it's true that Charlie has been stabilized. We'll see what happens. John Solomon is going to go run that down for us. Meanwhile, Eric Bowling is here with me. Eric, devastating news I got just moments before this program. It happened at about 1:20 local time in Orem, Utah, the shooting at Utah Valley University. A devastating hit. Anybody that's seen the video knows it was a devastating hit, but the hand of God can intervene and heal anyone. We know the hand of God can play a role because we saw what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania on the 13th of July, 2024. We know that miracles can happen, and if it's in God's hands, we could have a second miracle, and that's what we pray for here today. Eric, nice to see you.
Yeah, Steve, tough to see on this breaking news event. It's just horrendous. It's scary, and I think, boy, John Solomon just kind of nailed it. Are we ready to heal? Are we ready? It doesn't seem like we're ready to heal. It doesn't seem like we're ready to heal, and these events just keep on happening. It's horrendous. The crowd was just so engaged. They were so happy. They were wearing T-shirts. A beautiful day. They're watching, and just another horrific event happening, and you know, a conservative again at the target, obviously target of some sort of hate crime. Steve, it's just horrendous. We're going to cover this whole thing the full hour, but go ahead. I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's look. Emotions are running high here. I got emotional earlier in the program. I can't help it because I think about people like you and I, Bowling. Are we safe? Are we just free game to these people on the left? Are we just targets? Can we be doxxed and attacked and shot? Let me tell you the most heartbreaking thing that I've seen in the last few minutes. My 20-year-old daughter sent me a note and said, "Dad, it's time to retire," because she's a big Charlie Kirk fan. She's devastated. Says, "Dad, could you retire now?" I'm like, I can't retire now, kid. I could never give up this fight at this point because I would never let them win.
Steve, I'm so glad you ended with that because there's a discussion. In fact, we have Laura Logan on in a little bit. I had a discussion with her, and I said, is this to the point where conservatives have to, change our habits of, do we need protection? And she said, you can't let them win, Eric. You can't let them. She's right. You're right. They can't win. They can't win. I'm not suggesting we stand up there and taunt them, but we certainly shouldn't allow them to censor us because of these heinous acts, whether it's Charlotte, North Carolina, or Utah Valley University, a few days later. These people are after us, but you know what? We're stronger, we're bigger, and we will prevail. All
right, Bowling, hold on. Before we split here, Fox News reporting Michael Mallinson, a member of the Democrat Party Utah, looks to be a guy maybe 65, 68 years old, suspected of carrying out the assassination attempt on Charlie Kirk. This is coming from a Fox News report. We'll wait for more confirmation. It's an old white guy, is the picture here that I'm looking at. Michael Mallinson, a member of the Democrat Party Utah, suspected of the assassination attempt on Charlie Kirk. What will our dear Democrat friends say to that, Bowling?
I'm waiting for them to start blaming the gun. To be honest with you, Steve, it's just minutes after Charlie's, attempted assassination. We don't know his condition. Attempted assassination. Insane, Steve. I saw the video of that guy too. Yeah. He didn't look the part, but if you put a D after his name, maybe he does actually earn the part. I'm not really sure, Steve. I don't want to speculate on if Fox is right or wrong on that. But I'll tell you what. If you want to stick around, you're welcome to stick around. We got a full hour. We're going to cover this thing wall to wall. Allow us to roll an animation very quickly so we can reset things in just a couple of seconds. Go ahead, guys. Roll the animation, please.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
All right, folks. So you've heard the terrible, terrible news that Charlie Kirk has been shot. Utah Valley University is where he was while he was holding a Turning Point USA event, having a Q&A with students. Authorities say he was shot in the neck. Dr. Gina Loudon from America's Sunrise is in studio with me. Dr. Gina, we'll come right over to you. The Rav family here in West Palm Beach is just in shock, Charlie being a big part of that family. Tell us what your initial reaction when you heard he was shot to that was. And you were right over here in the office when we all heard it.
I think probably almost like everyone, total, complete disbelief. My first thoughts and my prayers, and I sent a prayer immediately to his wife, Erica, because all you can think about is his family immediately. I don't know. There's something about this that is pivotal for us, I think, Eric, and John alluded, Steve alluded, but it feels like open season on certain groups of people in this country right now. And I don't think that we should take that lightly, because maybe we've taken it too lightly for too long. And maybe this is an indication of that. While the people who were supposed to be keeping us safe, Eric, were chasing down church ladies speaking up for life, were chasing down J6ers, chasing down innocent people based on their politics, this guy who did this to Charlie Kirk, we're not being pursued.
Gina, pivotal, you say, and is it because Charlie, he's bringing young people in. He's the life. He's the next generation of the conservative movement, and maybe that is very scary to them, whoever these people are.
Yeah. I mean, I've known Charlie since he was literally just a little guy. I think since he was 14, I've known him. He grew up with my children in politics. And this is just so unbelievable from every perspective. This is unbelievable. And I think we just have to pray. And I think that was my first reaction, is just pray. Everyone that sent me a text immediately, my first words were just pray. And I think we still continue to pray. We pray and we continue to pray no matter what. God has this family in his hands. He has our family, our Rav family, our Patriot family in his hands. And that's where our hearts need to stay, is at the throne of God, on our knees.
All right, Gina, we stay there. Let's bring Steve Gruber back in if we can, guys, and also bring Rav host, Law and Border host Ben Berkman. Ben, you're very friendly with Charlie, as we all are. I saw a video of first responders getting Charlie. I couldn't see Charlie, but 6 of them carrying him to an SUV and got him out of there fast. We don't know his condition at the moment, but God bless, God willing, if he survives. We have to tip these first responders. But go ahead, Ben. Tell us your reaction to Charlie being shot.
I mean, it's horrific. And I'm a dad. He's a dad. He's a young guy. I started doing my stuff about the same time Charlie did.
He did.
And I look at a guy who's had such an impact on our culture. And there's a reason why there's a reason why the devil goes after the effective people, because he doesn't have to go after the ineffective people. And you look at somebody like Charlie, who's so effective, called by God for such a time as this in our nation's history, to stand up for righteousness and for light, and to raise his children and be an example as a husband and as a father, as a strong man. And you think about the darkness that we're living in. And it's a darkness that's been allowed to grow. I mean, there's a lot of cliches out there, but if men don't stand, if righteous men don't stand, evil grows. And that is what we see today. And my prayer in all of this, the beauty, first off, is Charlie knows where his ultimate hope lies. Charlie knows that Jesus is his hope. Charlie knows where he's going in the end. And that's my hope. And my prayer for everybody, not just watching this, but across this nation, for the TPUSA family, for Charlie's family, and for the people that are living in darkness, is that they would find Jesus. That's our only hope. Amen. And you look at why we're in the situation we're in today, and it's because we've turned our back. We've allowed evil to take the place of Jesus, and you see the outgrowth of that. In the end, I know where Charlie's hope is, and that's comfort. But it also it's just the beginning of a big fight that we have to bring light back into this nation. And I'm praying for his family. I'm praying for his kids. First thing I did was text my wife, because you think about the stuff we do.
Yeah.
And I just told her I love her and I love the kids, girls so much, because that's what it's about. So
Yeah, indeed.
I love you too, Eric, and I love this network, and I love everybody who's involved with it, and I love the people that stand up and fearlessly stand with light in the darkness. If anything, this should get us to stand more.
This is an important point here. This is an important point. You know, tragedy like this happens. It's shocking. The emotions are visceral. You can see it. I'm moving into this anger period right now, and it may be too soon, but I'm pretty pissed. I'm pretty pissed that they're doing this and they're getting away with it. Gruber, what about you, brother? I mean, you were emotional before. Is it still there, or is it turning into something more like Ben makes a great point.
Anger.
We cannot let them win. We have to stand in that. We have to take your best shot, because we're gonna be here after you're done. When you're out of bullets, we're not out of people.
Okay, here's the deal.
That's right.
We cannot let them win. We must shine light into that darkness. How do I feel about it? I have children. My 20-year-old daughter, huge fan of Charlie Kirk's. Devastated. My wife, devastated by this. My daughter sent me a text here a short time ago saying, Dad, maybe it's time to retire, because this scares the hell out of her. Why wouldn't it? People being targeted, people being doxxed, from the baseball game where Republicans were gunned down, to Butler, Pennsylvania, to the Country Music Festival in Las Vegas, to all of these events that we've seen happen, targeting people that are conservative. And I ask this question with all honesty and sincerity. Are we free game now? We being the voice of conservatism, of America First, of Donald Trump, people that are supporters of the president. Are we free game now in this madness created by these people on the left who think it's, well, you just hit them hard. We just go after them. We'll call them names. We'll call them racist. We'll call them misogynist. We'll call them anti-American. We'll call them every name in the book. And we'll say, hey, they're free game. Are we?
Gina.
Feels that way a little bit, doesn't it?
Gina, what Steve is pointing out is probably on the minds of all four of us and the next 8 people who are on the show coming up. Conservatives, are we free game?
We're free game. We're free game. And when you have, and I'm sorry to go here because it's so ugly, but when you have irresponsible, reprehensible networks like MSNBC saying things like, we don't know that it wasn't a supporter just shooting off his gun in celebration at Charlie's event.
What an idiot.
You have anchor Katie Tur calling him, as she's introducing the story that he's just been shot, calling him a divisive figure who's polarizing, a lightning rod, whatever you want to use. This sort of,
may I add to that, Gina, if I don't mean to,
sure.
Matthew Dowd, lunatic, literally on MSNBC, basically blaming Charlie for being shot, saying, and I'm quoting Matthew Dowd, he's consistently sort of pushing this sort of hate speech aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts head to hateful words, which often then to hateful actions. Basically saying, if you don't agree, if you don't say things that we like, you're at risk of being shot. Matthew Dowd on ABC, that guy should be not only censored, he should be, investigated. That is hate speak. Firing him is too easy. Just get rid of it. Want to cancel someone? Cancel that lunatic. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you believe?
Go ahead, Gruber.
They are suggesting, with what you just said there from Dowd, exercising your God-given inalienable rights of free speech is reason enough for you to be shot in America. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution is the envy of the world, so we can have a robust exchange of ideas, freedom of speech and religion, freedom of the press, the freedom to gather, all of these things. And that guy has the nerve to say, well, if you say things we don't like, you're going to get yourself shot. They don't care about the Constitution.
I apologize.
They don't care about the promise of America.
This is video of the alleged shooter, the 60-something-year-old man they say is a member of the Utah Democrat Party. This is the person they believe is the shooter. Again, we don't know that for sure, but that's what they believe. Ben Berkholm, let me ask you something. You're in the field a lot. You're rubbing up against. In fact, I saw a video just a couple of days of some people getting pretty mad at you just for being there and being conservative. Does this change your thought pattern at all?
I don't know if the studio has it, but I started my fight before this, but in 2017, I was out in the fights out in California in the battles of Berkeley, and I got stitches in Berkeley, and I had a sign I was holding up that said, "Stop liberal intolerance," and I had blood running down my face. I went home that weekend. I had a 6-year-old daughter, Chloe, at the time. My wife was 8 months pregnant with our second daughter, Olivia, and now we have a third daughter, Lillian. And I went home that weekend and I thought, is this worth it? Is it worth putting my life at risk to stand up and do what I feel called to do? And my takeaway was, just going back to my point, I'm trying not to get emotional. It's really, really tough. If I don't do it, my daughters are going to have to do it. If I don't do it, my wife's going to have to do it. So it doesn't matter, to your point. It doesn't matter what they do. This will not stop me, and it will not stop the patriots, the God-fearing patriots of this nation. And in fact, if anything, it should solidify our resolve. This is the enemy we're up against. But even back to that point, though, Eric, at that time, I had these demons that call themselves Antifa and BLM, and now you've got Hamas and all of these different transgenders, and it's just all one evil. But I had them shouting at me, speech is violence, speech is violence. And so they believe that they have a right to respond with violence to speech they don't like. And there is to go back to your question, are we open season? There's no doubt about it. There is a proportion of our society that wants everyone who thinks like we think dead, and they believe that they have a right to do it. And we have an obligation. There's a reason why we have warriors that protect this nation. There's a reason why we have those men and women on the front lines who aren't sure if they're coming home at night when they go out to protect their communities. And there's a reason why we have a Second Amendment. We need to pray first, but we as the leaders of our households and our nation need to be ready to stand up. And there is a time for that. And I think back to the Black Robe Regiment. We are divided as a nation. My first prayer is that Jesus comes back, that we shine the light, but there also needs to be justice. Mm-hmm. We cannot allow this to continue, this restorative justice, this nonsense that the left peddles, this idea that mentally ill, demonic people have a right to live in society amongst honorable, God-fearing people that respect life. There's something drastic. Many drastic things need to happen, and we can't be afraid to do it. And first, and the most important thing is we can't be afraid to say the truth into these liars' faces that call what you believe evil while they're actually living evil. It's just, it's beyond time that we stand up and just say, I'm not afraid of you. Mm-hmm. I'm going to continue to shine the light, and I'm going to defeat you.
Yeah, that's it. That's where the shock turns into anger. You get it's a stage of grief, really. First of all, Fox is reporting Charlie in critical condition. Fox reporting Charlie in critical condition. Again, we don't know that. We don't have that. Just telling you what's being put out there on the airwaves. Can you show the truth post that Trump posted about Charlie Kirk? I'll let Gina jump in on this. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who's been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. On Truth, Gina. Also, J.D. Vance tweeted as well. The administration's got their eyes on this. I'm positive, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. President Trump has been such a strong leader against crime from the very beginning. And I think that might mean all of us are in a lot more danger than we thought. And, this doesn't just happen to prominent speakers in the conservative movement or presidents. My husband, a former senator from Missouri, had on a Blue Lives Matter bracelet, walked into a pizza joint, was beaten beyond recognition, almost killed by just a savage gang of people who wanted the police defunded. And so this happens. And I can't help but feel like this is.
Can I? I'm going to jump here.
Guys, I've got.
We have, yeah. We.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm going to look at our fearless leader, Rob Sigg, who is
looking at him,
pacing back and
there
forth to tell us. He's passed? Am I hearing this, control room?
It's right. It's Solomon put it up. It's on Just the News.
Oh, then it's
They're reporting, John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
Yes.
Yes. Wow. Right here, we're having this moment, guys. Let's go around the horn, Gene. You continue on the horrendous news that Charlie Kirk has passed.
Well, my prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family. This is beyond devastating, Eric. I've known Charlie, as I said, since he was a child, running around, coming to conservative events. Let's pray.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah.
Ben, your thoughts.
Pray for his wife, his kids that aren't going to have a father. I pray that all of the people that he's touched would be comforted by the Lord right now. I pray that his parents would feel that presence of the Lord that only the Lord can fill. That emptiness that only the Lord can fill. And I pray that what the enemy means for evil,
Yes.
God uses for good.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to pray that all the people that Charlie has touched, the literally millions of young people who've found Charlie as a hope, a light, they continue. They continue and know that Charlie would want them to continue. Steve Gruber.
I come back to it's devastating. My daughter and wife both walked into the studio. At the same time we were seeing this from Just the News and John Solomon, that Charlie Kirk has died at 31, having been assassinated in Utah. And they're both here with tears streaming down their face. But there's also this anger that we cannot let this moment be wasted.
Yeah.
We cannot let all the great things that Charlie Kirk did be wasted because of some act of violence. We must be steeled. We must be steadfast in the Lord, and we must move forward to save this nation, because that is what Charlie Kirk would demand of us. Mm-hmm. And I agree that we cannot allow this to take away our hearts. I will not let them win. I will not surrender to people that are so hateful that they would murder a young father and a young husband because they don't like his point of view. Yeah, Bowling, the anger's coming now.
Yeah.
And it's coming fast and furious. I'll try to watch my tongue here, but this is a devastating loss for his family. So let us hold up Charlie Kirk in prayer and honor. Be thankful for the work that he did and the organization that he created for young people. If they thought killing Charlie Kirk would stop the movement of young people, more young people in churches today, more young people that are conservative today, Charlie Kirk was a catalyst for that. I will remember that today. We will carry that forward. I will not surrender.
Well put, Steve Gruber. Can we bring in John Solomon? John, is he with us? Are you with us, John? Yeah. You're reporting Charlie has passed. Tell us what you know, John.
Yeah, I've talked to multiple officials in the United States government and 2 personal friends, but he passed a short while ago. Wasn't able to survive the blood loss from the wound to his neck. There'll be some announcements soon, is what I'm told. And then we'll have to sort through what happened today, who's responsible, and try to understand how something so senseless could occur. I was just with him a couple of weeks ago our good friend Rob Sig asked me to go out and spend some time at Charlie's event in Colorado, and I'm so glad I did. I always had an excuse not to travel, but I did it, and Charlie blessed me with the conversations we had that night in Colorado, the resilience that he had, the excitement he had that maybe the country was turning in a better direction, that young people were able to stand shoulder to shoulder and say, I believe in liberty, or I believe in God, or I believe in life, and not be bowed anymore. And I don't think from the conversation I had with him that night 2 weeks ago that he would want any of us to think that this is a moment to stop the fight he began, but rather a moment to continue it. Obviously, we need to rally around his family and his friends who are going to be devastated. But what he started is our generation's obligation to finish, to protect free speech and free expression and free religion, and to speak out until the moment we crush it, the intolerance that has led to violence and unthinkable American acts. This is the acts that we've seen in the last decade of censoring people, canceling people, bankrupting people, killing people because of their political views is not American, and there's no space for it. And if the greatest honor we can give Charlie is to make sure we finish what he started by crushing that mindset, it'll be the best honor we can give him tonight at this very difficult moment for his family. But we have a lot to still learn about this. We don't know much about the shooter, the shooting, what was used. We'll keep reporting as unemotionally as we can and get the best facts to the American people. And hopefully we'll know some more in the next couple hours. I would expect a briefing from the FBI or Justice Department. I'm sure President Trump is going to weigh in shortly. And we're going to have to come to grips that it doesn't matter what aisle or side of the aisle you are in politics today. America is worse off for what happened just a few moments ago. And we need to find a way, like Steve said in the last show, 9/11, we repudiated the hatred that occurred that day. We got to repudiate this in a way that's so powerful that someone else isn't tempted to follow in the footsteps of this cold-blooded killer.
John, you put this very eloquently, and you know, I don't know if I'm overreacting, but I had seen you on Gruber show towards the end, and there was a change in tone. I was almost wondering if you heard something.
I did.
Yeah, I could see it.
I was getting texted.
I could see it. I could see it. Yeah. I have a question for you, John. So there'll be time to point fingers. Well, I'm not looking to do that. I am just absolutely appalled that MSNBC has this guy, Matthew Dowd. He used to be on ABC, but he's a big political operative who essentially blamed Charlie Kirk before he knew he had passed, blamed Charlie Kirk for his own attempted assassination, saying, and I'm quoting, he's consistently sort of pushing this sort of hate speech aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which often then lead to hateful actions. How dare he say that when there's a young conservative man fighting for his own life on the ground? And it's not true, too. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, listen, MSNBC is a center point of hatred and intolerance and disinformation, and those who watch it do so at their own peril. Those who lend their name to it, Microsoft and NBC, should be ashamed of the conduct today. But they're also some of the same people that were involved in the cancel culture and the censorship and the intolerance that led to the period in the Biden years where we saw people canceled or bankrupted or thrown off air for just what they believed. And Charlie understood that. That's why he stood up and fought against it. He didn't hate people. He didn't even hate liberals. He just hated intolerance. And it is a painful irony that he may have died at the hands of some intolerant person, though we don't know yet exactly the motive, but I think some people will make that assumption pretty quickly. But I do think the best way we honor him, the best way we carry on the fight, the best way we make America better, which is what motivated Charlie. I have 100 times, Charlie, when we were in Colorado, he joked a couple times, that people think I hate liberals. I don't. I love to debate them. I feel like it's good for the country. And he didn't hate people. He was a devout Christian, and he hated some of the philosophies. He hated some of the intolerance in this country. But people he never hated, and he never ever in my presence or anytime I saw him ever try to dehumanize a person. And I want to back to something that keeps resonating in my mind. It's actually resonated in my mind since the moment Melania Trump wrote the letter that the reason people felt comfortable taking a shot at President Trump is that we've dehumanized people. And I think those who own MSNBC or operate MSNBC or any other outlet like it have to step back for a second and say, is this the best use of our corporate dollars to create a moment in a moment of tragedy where you dehumanize a person even as they're dying, or you try to legitimize a person who took a person's life for no reason? I do think that corporate America is in for a reckoning now. And I think MSNBC and others who perpetrate this hate, they've got to look themselves in the eye and say, is this what we're in business for? Is this what Americans pay ad dollars for? And I think that we have to have that debate. And it doesn't have to be a mean-spirited debate. It has to be a cerebral debate. But we're at a crossing roads in America. We see what Great Britain has become. They're arresting people for thought crimes. We're at the precipice of a group of people wanting control to do that here. And this is our moment to hold the stand, just like in World War II, people went to war to fight against an evil, just like people went to war after 9/11 to fight an evil. There's a cancer called intolerance that has been embedded in our country, and we better darn fight it now and answer the bell that other generations answered, or we're going to hand off a much worse country to the next generation, and that will be a failure of our generation. So I hope whatever has transpired today, we make some good of it, as hard as it is. For those of us who worked with him, we're going to be heartbroken for a long time, but for the rest of the country, we should be heartbroken for what it says about our country and the state that we're in right now.
Indeed, indeed. Let's bring in Dr. Gina and Ben Bergholm if we can, guys. Let's bring it around the horn. And I'm going to throw this out here and you guys debate it with me. Charlie Kirk died because he was too good. He was too effective. He was hitting the right tones to bring young conservative people into the fold, to get involved in their country and do it from a patriotic side versus the liberal side, which is we don't even know where they are. They're out in the wilderness right now. And because of his effectiveness, he became dangerous to them. We'll bring it around. Gina, you want to take that and we'll pass it on to Ben after you?
Well, I think it goes right back to what you were saying, what John was saying, about the horrid rhetoric of the left trying to equate free speech with assault or bodily harm or murder. Those are not the same things. And in fact, free speech is what distinguishes us from animals, right? When animals are angry at the way someone is acting, they kill the enemy, right, of their food source or whatever it is. We are supposed to, as humans, be above that. So when you tribalize, when you dehumanize, as John mentioned, when you attack the very thing that distinguishes us as human beings, that we can have a debate like Charlie so loved to do and did so well, then you set up a scenario whereby the only answer is the animal approach, which is what we've just witnessed. And that is what I think John points to, that we need to cerebrally address in our upcoming discussions about this. But I also want to say to those out there, my background is in mental health and psychology. I want to say it's okay to be really, really angry. It's okay. I mean, and people need to be able to reconcile that within themselves. The texts I'm getting right now, I'm sure all of you are too. People are already feeling real anger. Anger requires action. Prayer paves the way, action possesses a land. That's a quote from Beverly LaHaye that I always try to remember. And that's where we need to go. This needs to result in more patriots rising up like Charlie. I think that's what we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ben, your thoughts?
Yeah, to your point, he was the most effective I've ever seen. What Turning Point USA has been able to accomplish through Charlie Kirk, a vision of a young guy that dropped out of college because he realized college was failing him, to go back to college.
Go ahead, Ben. It's just some ambient noise we got going on.
I just heard that from John. But to say everybody that he has impacted, I was just thinking about this. I've been in my own life every day now, instead of getting up angry, I get up and I try to be thankful to the Lord. I thank the Lord for all of the blessings in my life. I thank the Lord for the good things and the bad things. I thank the Lord for my air, the air that I breathe. I thank the Lord for my family, for this network, for my friends, for all the struggles I've had in my life. I thank the Lord. And I was just sitting here thinking about all the seeds that Charlie planted across this nation with the young people. And I look at this nation and I think of the young people, the darkness in the eyes of so many of the young people. But I think of the seeds that Charlie planted and that God is now watering and that are going to raise up into a crop of righteousness. And I thank the Lord. I thank the Lord for Charlie. I thank the Lord for his life. I thank the Lord for what it meant to so many people. I just thank the Lord. And I pray that everything points to the Lord in this moment.
John, talk to us about the movement that Charlie created, the young people. I mean, he stepped out where there was a void. Famously, I dropped my son off at college. He was 18 years old, University of Colorado. Immediately, Democrat people, Hillary people, ran up to him and tried to get him to sign up for the Democrat Party. They had a ground movement. Charlie countered it. He's one man who countered their whole movement, tapping into that young vote. It was amazing, right, John?
He was wise beyond his years. He understood what he was doing. He also understood what Gen Z needed that millennials never got, which was a support system. He said to me just in Colorado, there wasn't much ingenious about what I did. I just realized that young people needed to have positive peer pressure, I think that's what he called it, to be who they were taught to be. If they were Christian and they believed in life and they believed in liberty and free speech, they didn't need to be bowed down at college. And the way to fight that bullyism was to create a movement that would just say, it's okay to be what your values tell you are. It's okay to be, to believe in faith in God and freedom and the goodness of America and not have to buy the garbage that was being shoved down young people's throats. And the millennials didn't have that. By the time Charlie got started, he was able to capture the Zoomers, the Z generation. And I think his legacy is he allowed a generation to go back to its natural tendency. America's always been a slightly center-right country. And Charlie created a place where a new generation of Americans would not be bullied into belief systems that they didn't believe, but because their teachers and their peers and their employers and their churches and others were trying to bully him into it, they were going to bow to it. And he realized by just creating shoulder-to-shoulder friends, campus by campus, school by school, that he could counter that. And it's so ingenious and it's so remarkably intellectually brilliant. And yet, as he said to me, it was pretty simple, John. It wasn't that big. It wasn't that complex a strategy. I found that remarkable. And, you look at the times he would debate in Cambridge or anywhere, and he had unbelievable intellect and sharpness. And yet, I want to reiterate for all those on the left, some who I know well, who are saying he was a hater. He was not a hater. He would have stopped in a second to help a person, regardless of their political beliefs, if they needed help or they were hurt on the side of the road. He was not a hater. He just believed in confronting intolerance and making a better argument for it. And those who dishonor him today with these false stories of hatred, they are the true intolerant misinformers of our generation. He never hated a person. I had moments with him where, he said something that he thought offended people beyond what was allowed, and he wanted to talk about it. And one time I connected him with a minister and we had this great conversation, and Charlie was so reflective, and he never wanted to hurt people. He just wanted to hurt intolerance and defeat it in its place. And we have an incredible opportunity to carry that legacy on, not to let this gunman, whoever it is, have extinguished an extraordinary movement. And I don't think it will be extinguished. I think it will be put on steroids now. I accidentally left myself unmuted when I was talking to my newsroom here, but law enforcement is telling me they do not have a suspect in custody right now. They arrest somebody.
That
was
the question I was going to ask you. We saw video of them, of law enforcement holding someone down, but we don't know for a fact that's the alleged shooter right now. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
And right now they're saying they do not have a suspect in custody. There is some concern that this was carried out in sort of a sniper way. I think they're still sweeping the campus. Many students are still told to lock down in that campus. So we're watching closely to see what's going on. I think you're seeing right now a tactical team of police officers being deployed on campus. A grid by grid search is a normal thing, building by building search till they find the location and the shooter. But this is a story that is a long way from being finished, and we'll get more as time goes on. But that's the very latest I have from law
John,
enforcement.
do you
right
have any further? I know you're very, very close to the FBI and some of those folks, Cash and Dan. Have they indicated to you anything, any information that they have? What their are there, moving assets in place now?
FBI has deployed their best in Utah. Obviously, this is a more distant location. It's not in a major urban area. So there's a lot to still be reckoned with, but there'll be all sorts of assets deployed here, particularly because with a shooter at loose, you don't know if there are more targets ahead. And so there is a legitimate safety issue until you get that shooter or shooters in custody. So again, very tragic stuff. We don't know if this is an American, a foreigner. We don't know much yet.
I would tell you, I'm no expert. I have handguns, I got rifles, but seeing the video, that looked like a shot from far away with a high caliber round.
I think that's right. That's what the experts are telling me. I think you're right, Eric. But we'll get the facts and we'll get them to our great audience, and we'll try to answer as many questions as we can over the next few days.
Can I just get our guys to change that? Charlie Kirk passed it. Please don't say that. He was assassinated. Please, let's do it the right way. Can we bring in Laura Logan? Is she stand by? Is she available? Laura, do we have you? My dear Laura Logan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Since we last spoke, my good friend, we have the horrendous news to report that Charlie Kirk has died from the assassin's bullet that we were talking about earlier. Your initial reaction post-mortem?
Well, like a lot of the people that you've had on the show already, Eric, I sort of feel this combination of heartache and sadness, like this just deep, unbelievable sadness and shock. But then on the other hand, this slow burning anger. And, I think it's really important in this moment to think about Charlie as a husband and a father, because his wife and children were so important to him. And Charlie said over and over again on air, and if you knew him, he would say it to you in person, that his children were everything to him, and he was fighting not just for his own young children, but for all of our children. I remember the time when Charlie first started Turning Point USA, and there was nowhere for conservative kids on college campuses to turn. There was no one who had their backs. They were, they were really just trapped, and they had to lie about who they were. They had to hide themselves. They had to pretend to be something that they weren't. And so, what Charlie did, I mean, he won a scholarship I don't know if he won a scholarship, but he was accepted to Brown University. He could have gone to Brown University, and he chose not to. He instead looked at the situation on campuses, and he decided that he was going to dedicate his life to correcting this grave injustice. And it wasn't just about standing up for free speech. It was about standing up to a decades-long indoctrination system that had been put in place by Marxists and their globalist allies at campuses all across the United States. And I'm reminded of the many articles that wrote about Hillary Clinton when she was running for office in 2016, that wrote that it was her destiny, to become president. And one of the things that they cited was the speech she made at her own convocation. At her own graduation, she gave the convocation speech, which was unusual at the time. And one of the things she said was that our colleges are not yet in line with our way of thinking, but they will be. And that's the point at which Charlie Kirk enters, right? Where the colleges are in line with that line of thinking. They've become propaganda, indoctrination operations where that were really have been truly harmful to the United States of America. There are families all across this country who have been torn apart because when their kids went off to college, they were subject to this indoctrination. And so Charlie Kirk gave hope to all of these people. He gave hope to people whose kids weren't even born yet, that they didn't have to go into that kind of environment, that they could stand up for God. They could be Christians. They could be against abortion. They could be in favor of Donald Trump without having to be maligned and thrown off campus or failed grades because college professors could take it out on them. I mean, Charlie Kirk represented hope. He was also sort of staggeringly effective.
So,
I mean,
so
Charlie
may I,
really was,
Laura,
Yep.
and that is exactly the point. First, allow me to reset, folks. We are reporting Charlie Kirk has been assassinated. I know other news services are saying critical condition. Charlie was a host at Hear Real America's Voice, and we've been told by John Solomon sources inside the administration that Charlie has passed. Also that the suspect a lot of people were believing was the shooter. There's some video of someone being arrested. John also says that that is not the suspect. They don't have a suspect at the moment. So that's where we are. That's why we're showing video of the campus. It's in lockdown, and we're showing SWAT, police, likely others, FBI, other law enforcement entering some of the buildings on campus looking for the potential shooter. So just a quick reset. But Laura, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted, do you think Charlie is now has been assassinated because of how effective he actually was in bringing out young people to vote for the team that the bad guys didn't like?
He did an enormous amount to bring out young people to vote. But, that was just a part of it, Eric. I mean, that's what's extraordinary about Charlie. He was just incredibly effective. I mean, he would hold, meetings every year for his donors. They would gather for days and then they would meet and his fundraisers just brought in millions of dollars because people of every age group had a lot of faith in him. He was very organized and efficient and precise. He knew exactly what he was talking about. He was grounded in his faith and his principles. His character and his integrity were, undeniable. Right when you knew Charlie,
Laura, I apologize. I apologize if I may. Donald Trump just posted on X, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he's no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. Donald Trump posting that on X just moments ago. Go ahead, Laura. I apologize.
Well, there aren't always real leaders, right, in every generation. I mean, Charlie was a real leader, and I'm not saying that about him because he was assassinated. If you'd asked me that yesterday, I would have told you the same thing. He represented the power of what one young person can do. When he started out, he didn't have millions of dollars and all these powerful people backing him. He traveled all the way from across the country to a little town in Texas to come and speak to people at Hondo's restaurant, which is a local place here that I go to a lot, which friends of ours own. And he spoke to people. And one of the things he did was show what banned words there were on campuses, words that you weren't allowed to use on college campuses in the United States of America, including in the state of Texas, where people think you're somehow inoculated from this radical Marxist, doctrine. And Charlie showed that it wasn't true. And from there, he built an entire organization and a movement. And he was consistent in everything that he did. He was consistent in his views and his principles. And he was not afraid. I mean, this is a man, John Solomon was saying that Charlie loved people, and he was right. Charlie loved people. He was willing to sit down with Gavin Newsom. I mean, who's just a disgusting, vile human being who is also culpable in this because he's one of the people that is responsible for pushing lies upon the American people. I mean, it's time for these things now to stop, Eric. We can't let this just, go by the wayside. This isn't just some tragedy. Okay, this is part of a much larger operation, which is designed to dismantle this country and all the things that Charlie Kirk stood for. This isn't just because Charlie Kirk spoke up. This is because those ideals for which Charlie Kirk stood are under attack right now. This is because this country is under attack right now. And Charlie Kirk recognized that. And he didn't hesitate. He threw himself into the fight. He built everything from the ground up. He deserves full credit for everything that he did. And now he's been martyred. I mean, that's the reality here. He was assassinated, and he will be a martyr for anyone who believes in freedom, who believes in God, who believes in justice, who believes in accountability. I mean, I just, we in our lifetimes haven't experienced a moment like this. And let the record stand. All of those people who have accused Donald Trump of exaggerating his assassination attempt or manufacturing the assassination attempt or faking the assassination attempt, all of those people, this would have been the result if Donald Trump hadn't turned his head at that rally in Pennsylvania. These assassination attempts are real. And there wasn't just one, there's been multiple against Donald Trump. And they still would take him out if they could. So let the record now reflect the reality, the truth, which is that the left is not the party of peace, right? It's no longer, we have lived with these lies for long enough. The left, as much as anybody else, is the party of violence and murder. And all of these people need to be held accountable. It wasn't enough to try and kill Steve Scalise. I mean, remember, Antifa goes out there and burns down buildings, and they put all across, remember when CNN and Cuomo were comparing Antifa to the Allies landing on the beaches of Normandy, holding them up as heroic figures who were somehow fighting against fascism? The left are fascists and tyrants. And it's not just the left, it's all of the traitors and the rhinos on the right who are working hand in hand with them.
The ones that remain silent. Together. The ones that remain silent.
Yeah.
Correct.
We're not going to go off Charlie right now, but the people who are sitting in that light rail train car with Irina and just sat there, you're complicit. You're complicit. If you watch some of this stuff happening, let me bring this around if I may. Gina, we'll start with you. How do you coexist with literally half the population? Some of them are radical enough to rather see you dead than express your own opinions about the country.
Well, you speak truth, and you speak it endlessly, and you speak it no matter what. And I think this will result in that. I mean, I think somebody in the chat said, homeschool mom, I believe it was. I was just looking at the chat comments, said, we're all very angry, but the real anger is going to be with the youth movement, with all of Charlie's supporters. They are going to be so angry, and we have to, those of us who are adults in this situation, have to continue to be adults and lead them in the right direction. The right direction is Eric, it's back to the cross. It's where our prayers and our anger and our all of the things, our sadness, our grief, our disbelief, we need to pour it out there because we're going to have to be here for them, because they lost their leader right now. And I think that's something very real. Now, that doesn't take anything away, of course, from certainly what Laura said about Charlie's beautiful wife, Erica, his amazing children. She would send me pictures of them. What a great family they were. What a great family they are and they remain to be. And what a burden all of us have to rightfully take up the mantle of what Charlie already represented. I was one of those college students, Eric. You may know that my PhD my first master's degree rather, was withheld from me because of my political views. And I didn't have anybody like Charlie to come speak on my campus and to fight for me and for my rights there. So what a blessing he has been, and what a blessing his. I think of Andrew right now on his staff. I think of so many who just loved him every single day of his life and knew him best. And in his quietest moments, this had to be a fear, right? This had to be a concern of his. I think it is for all of us, like many of us have discussed. It's our responsibility to be there and be strong for them now. And it's our responsibility for those of us who are watching from the sidelines. This is your clarion call. This is your moment to engage and use whatever talents God has given you, like Charlie did.
Ben, the same question to you. How do we coexist with a group of people, some of them radicalized to the point where they rather see the other side, people like us, dead than voice our opinions?
Yeah, well, again, Dr. Gina just said it. Jesus is the answer, the only hope for joy and hope in our life for this generation. But we also have rules and laws and consequences. And I think about what President Trump has done in this nation. I think about the fact that President Trump is in office today because of Charlie Kirk and the work he did on college campuses. This has to be a pivot point in our nation where we say what has been accepted is not accepted anymore. What has been allowed is not allowed anymore. I think, immediately we're going to listen to the left, and they're going to say, well, the guns, it's the guns, it's the guns. It's not the guns. And Charlie would be the first to say it's not the guns. It's the evil that we have allowed to grow, fester, and metastasize in this nation. And the only way that this stops is if you kill that cancer. And that means in some cases, that means justice for the people that want to do this harm. In some cases, that means turning people around. But it starts with standing up and unapologetically, as Charlie Kirk has done from the moment I knew him, standing up and saying what you know to be true without fear. And if it hurts somebody's feelings, so be it. That's on them. You have to stand for what you believe in. And going back to my last point about the seeds that Charlie Kirk planted in all of those people, I thank God for Charlie Kirk. I thank God for the young man that he was, the father and the husband that he was, the light that he was, and the seeds that he planted in this nation. And I thank God for the fruit that's going to grow out of that. And it's our job, it's our duty to carry that mantle on.
John Solomon, same to you, sir. Oh, do we have John? We don't have John? Okay, we lost John. Laura, how do we coexist? How do we coexist with a group of radicalized lunatics amongst them, not all of them, but amongst them, who are willing to perpetrate violence on the other side just for being effective like Charlie Kirk was?
You do the right thing for the right reason. That's what you focus on. Erica, remember the old Irish prayer, right? God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And if you worry about your house, you worry that you're doing the right thing for the right reasons, and then God will just take care of the rest. And I don't mean sit back. I don't mean, just take care of yourself and your family and not worry about anything else. I mean that you do the right thing for the right reasons. You stand up for the truth, because the truth comes directly from God. And, there's a lot, it's very obvious that deception walks in darkness, right? So when people deceive and when they lie to you, these things crumble over time, but the truth stands. And Charlie Kirk, his words will stand over the test. They'll endure over time. They'll endure over generations, because what Charlie said was true, and the things he fought for were real, and the things he stood for are real. And there is no doubt in my mind that the one thing he would have wanted more than anything else to come out of his assassination was to light a fire under people who have been afraid to act, to light a fire under people who are worried about what they may or may not have lost or what people might think of them. That's what Charlie would want more than anything. He would want people to take this, as Dr. Gina Loudon said there, as a clarion call, right? Don't retreat. Don't retreat inwards and let them win. Don't surrender. Don't take a knee. Don't give in to your fear. Don't let everything he stood for and fought for be in vain. In fact, let this motivate you. If anything, this should be, this just crystallizes things for all of us. We can now see the lie that the left is the party of peace. That can now be put to rest. People like MSNBC should have their licenses revoked. You should not be able to say in this moment that people like, it could be one of Charlie Kirk's supporters and he deserved this and he brought this on himself and all this kind of stuff. This is not, this is the kind of language that is designed to incite hatred and incite violence. And all of that, when I look at it, what would be the outcome, Eric? What would they love more than anything else? They would love race wars and riots across this country that prevent Donald Trump and Pam Bondi and the rest of them from bringing indictments and arrests, exercising their powers under the Constitution, and holding people accountable for treason and sedition.
Well,
that cannot be allowed to happen.
Jones yesterday said, pointed finger at Charlie Kirk about the shooting, about the murder of Irina in Charlotte. He said that Charlie Kirk was inciting race violence because he accused it of being a race crime. When the shooter, the guy who stabbed the poor Irina, came out of that thing, threw his knife on the ground, said, "I got the white girl." I mean, people are going to have to start watching their rhetoric right now. Charlie Kirk is dead the day after Van Jones says something. We got about a minute. Does anyone think that there's no relationship at all? I'm not saying it's a direct relationship.
It's open season. It's open season, Eric.
I'm mad. Gina, I am so mad. I can't do Christian right now. I'm mad.
No, I'm not saying you can't. I understand that. I'm saying if you are a Christian, if you are a white person, if you are a conservative, if you are a MAGA, if you are, it is open season.
Your target.
It's open season because people are not held accountable. That's
right.
why. If you have accountability, all of this will stop. So that's the frustrating part, is let's stop focusing, on the racial side of it, and let's focus on the accountability side of it.
Yeah. Ben, final thought?
Yeah. Protect your family. Stand up. When you see somebody acting in a way that is unacceptable in our society, stand up against it. And there are people that are in our society that cannot function in our society. There's a reason we had insane asylums in the past. We're going to have to bring things like that back, but turn that anger into motivation to stand up and save this nation.
Okay, Gina, final thought real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, God bless the Kirk family. I just want to focus on Charlie for now. We'll get to all the rest, but I just want to focus on that right now and just say God bless them. Please continue to pray for them hard. They're going to need it.
And Laura.
Yeah.
This is a historic moment. I mean, look at the assassinations that have defined this country in history. Charlie Kirk's assassination will go along in the annals of history with Martin Luther King and with JFK. And I would urge the president not to let the same situation arise where they pin it all on one lone wolf, gunman, and they make up a story and they deny us full accountability for all of the co-conspirators who were involved in this, because I don't believe for one single second that this was a single shooter who just did his own thing.
It's
nonsense.
And who's next?
Who's next? That's right, Gina.
I don't think so either. I agree with you. They'll go after the most effective conservatives they possibly can. Say thank you to Ben Bergquam. Thank you to Gina Loudon. Always thank you to Lara Logan, my good friend who was standing by at the right time, boy. Really, really need you. John Solomon reported Charlie Kirk has been assassinated, 31 years old, per John Solomon's sources. Also, no suspect yet in custody. They're on the lookout for that, folks. It's a tough day around here at RAV. We're going to miss him. God rest his soul. Charlie Kirk passed, age 31, assassinated, folks. War Room's up next. Continued coverage of the passing of the assassination, cross-off passing, assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Up to you, Vaughn, but please stay on the line. Donald Trump has just posted on his social media platform, Truth Social, the following, quote, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. Again, Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, just posting on his social media platform news that Charlie Kirk, conservative activist, has died in today's shooting. Vaughn Hilliard.
Wednesday, 10 September in the year of our Lord 2025. No, Charlie Kirk did not die. Charlie Kirk was assassinated today in Utah, doing what Charlie Kirk does. He's hosting one of his, not just the show today, but they did that from the Phoenix studio, but Charlie was dialed in from part of it and was doing his show live, what he always does, which is debating college kids and bringing the word of the MAGA movement to the nation when he was gunned down in cold blood. Jack Posobiec joins me. Jack, your thoughts. It happened during the shooting itself, Jack, happened during your show. Tell me about it.
Well, it did, and you know, we were getting the information in fast and furious, and a lot of signal, or a lot of noise. You know, it's hard to separate that from the signal. We do have signal at this point, and right now, all I can say is from Tanya and myself, our thoughts and prayers absolutely go out to Erica, to the children, to everyone in Charlie's family, the team who was there, and we're working behind the scenes as much as possible to find out exactly what happened, to find out exactly who did this. Charlie Kirk,
he was assassinated in cold blood. Right?
Charlie Kirk was assassinated in cold blood today, and Charlie Kirk was and is one of my best friends on this planet. And Charlie Kirk is a hero. Charlie Kirk was the hero when America needed a hero. God sent us a Charlie Kirk to move the youth in 2024, to do the heavy lift that nobody else could do, what he did with the campus and everything else. And
Arizona and Pennsylvania and all the college campuses, but those two states with the ground game, President Trump been very difficult, if not impossible, if he did not have the ground game of Turning Point and the efforts of Charlie Kirk.
And after Butler, I said to Charlie, Charlie, are you sure you still want to keep doing these? And he said, Jack, I'm never going to quit.
He wasn't going to quit. I mean, you see that today. Today at was the University, Utah Valley University, out right south of Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk. It was about 2 o'clock. It was in your show, so it was like 2:15 Eastern Daylight Time. So I guess it was 12:15 when he would normally have this
Mountain Time
massive crowd. I want to make sure everybody understands that the individuals in that tweet, the older guy, looks like it's not the shooter. The shooter has not been apprehended.
Yeah, we do not. So President Trump has just announced that all flags to be lowered half-mast until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. in honor of Charlie Kirk. And yes, Steve, to your point, the shooter or the person who was originally suspected of being the shooter that was making the rounds online, just from reporting now that that's not the shooter. Obviously, I'm in touch with, look, everybody knows I'm close to this one. We're all close to this one. We're in touch with everyone we're in touch with. As of right now, what we're being told is that that's not the guy.
I want to say also, you can see from the video and the shot, Charlie was in very bad shape from the beginning, and I want to give a shout out to the people around him that did the emergency crew. I think he was airlifted. They worked nonstop on this.
Look, they gave him the immediate care, but that kind of hit is something, and everybody I know in the military, special forces guys started calling me up. They said, I've seen guys take hits like that on the battlefield. And when you have an exit wound like that, it is a very, very hard wound to try to save someone's life, just because of the quickness, because of the pressure, the oxygen to the brain. This is something where it's something where it just absolutely breaks your heart, because when you're there, you know what's happening and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, by the way, it is a battlefield. I mean, Charlie Kirk was a warrior. Charlie Kirk wasn't going to back down. After the Butler assassination attempt last summer, you warned him, other people warned him that, hey, Charlie, you're the most exposed person in anybody in this movement, because Charlie would, it looked like a couple of times a week, go into these crowds. And look at that crowd today at Utah Valley University. It had to be a couple of thousand people, 4,000 or 5,000 people.
No. He knew. He always knew. And he knew, and he would say, I need to do it anyway because it has to be done. And if I don't do it, who else will? because he had a drive, he had a spirit, he was a builder, he was a father, a husband, and he had this, unlike no one I've ever met, maybe outside of this room, where he just would never stop. And it could be 2 a.m. I could send Charlie a text, he'd text me right back.
100%.
2 a.m, 3 a.m.
The only time he would take Saturday off for the family.
Except for Saturday. Saturday, of course. Saturday, if you need him, you go to Erica. And that was the time he said, that's my time. I want to be with God. I want to pray. I want to unplug. But my point is that this guy would never stop working. 24/7 operation. 24/6. And
keep going.
The movement that Charlie Kirk started will never end. The movement of the youth, the movement to save this country, the movement to ignite a fire for freedom and liberty across this republic. And by the way that he always spoke so forcefully for Christ Jesus, that whenever chance he had to give his testimony for what he believed in and who he believed in and to lift up God's name, Charlie was always the first one to do so.
So I know, obviously, people are shocked today. When we left you a couple of hours ago, what did I do? What I always do at the end of the show in the morning is toss to Charlie Kirk for 2 hours of populist nationalism, followed by Jack Posobiec, Steve Gruber, Eric Bolling, then back to the war room. It just shows you, hey, every minute's precious for people, particularly for people in this movement and people the tip of the spear. I realize everybody's rattled by this. Charlie Kirk being assassinated, shot down in cold blood for the entire world to see. The shooter is not apprehended yet. Yes, there's going to be prayers and mourning and half staff in nurturing the widow and a ceremony. But we have to have steely resolve, right? Charlie Kirk's a casualty of war. We're in this country. We are. And the mocking that you had on MSNBC today was completely and totally inappropriate by Matthew Dowd, and the owners of MSNBC ought to know he ought to be removed immediately and never come back on that channel. His comments earlier today, when we first heard that Charlie was shot, right, and Katie Tur was trying to do her best job, right, given the circumstances, but you have a guest like on there. We need steely resolve. Charlie Kirk is a casualty of the political war going on in this country. He was gunned down in cold blood. Gunned down in cold blood. And you have to have steely resolve about this.
Charlie Kirk never, look, what did he do? He would say, if you disagree, come to the front of the line. Because he wanted to have a conversation. Charlie Kirk never raised a hand in anger. Never once. He said, come out here. He would say, change my mind.
He was a happy warrior.
He's a happy warrior every single time.
Right.
And
You never saw him.
You had conviction.
Right.
You know, he had conviction.
Tough.
He was tough as nails. But he never once did so, and he never once came off a stage. You go find hundreds of hours of video. No. He never did it. No. Never once. No matter how crazy, no matter how nuts, whatever he was being faced with, he would always sit there and he would hold his ground and hold frame and do so with the peace of Christ. He had a gift from God. He had an absolute gift from God. And for, these are the reasons that we'll never be able to really get the answers of, but God called him home today.
Well, it's your fate and your destiny, right?
Yes.
Charlie Kirk knew what he was getting into in doing this, right? Charlie Kirk was at the tip of the spear, never flinched, never backed off. You never heard any whining from Charlie Kirk. I mean, we would have texts, and there was a lot of stuff, we didn't always totally agree on. The text message chains with Charlie Kirk all hours of the night, always trying to learn, right? Always trying to move the ball forward, but always doing it with in a very upbeat spirit, right? In a way that was, he's a glass half full guy, right? And the organization he built, that's what attracted so many college kids. And it started with college kids, but it built all over the events themselves now. His and two big events, one in the summer, and of course the event right before Christmas in Phoenix are the most important events of the calendar for the conservative movement. It's a who's who comes on the stage, including President Trump came on last December. And on that stage, for the first time, President Trump told that audience, because of what Charlie Kirk brings and the intensity he brings, President Trump told us why he ran for office. It was because he knew the 2020 election was stolen, and he says, I had to come back and make sure that we didn't let, if we let that go, we weren't going to have a republic. And that's the power of what Charlie Kirk built. Charlie Kirk was a warrior to the end. If you see his last moments of maybe consciousness before he was shot, what did he have? He picked up a mic to respond.
He died fighting. This is a man who died fighting. Charlie Kirk died fighting, not for himself. Charlie Kirk died fighting for you. Charlie Kirk died fighting for Jesus. Charlie Kirk died fighting for this country, and he did so knowing full well that he wasn't just staring down at a microphone or some liberals. He knew about Butler. He knew everything about it. I've talked to him about it a million times. He knew. And by the way, he knew about
the security too, because he says, "Hey, I can't get too much security because it cuts me off from the young people. Yeah. It cuts me off from the crowd." Charlie was a people person. That's why today, when you saw that tent, the people were right there in front of him, right, and they're in the line and they're tossing back and forth, and Charlie's giving as good as he gets. He was answering. He picked up the microphone to answer, to respond to something he didn't agree with, right? That the individual.
If you disagree, you come to the front.
Exactly.
If you disagree, you come to the front. He always every time I did an event with him, he'd always say, "You disagree, you come to the front." We did Penn State last year. We did. By the way, just because I haven't said it yet, to Charlie's mom and dad, his mother and father, that obviously our prayers are absolutely with you, the entire Kirk family, and we need to get to the bottom of this now.
Need to get a bottom of it, but he went out as a hero. What'd you say the hero America needs right now?
When America needed a hero, God sent us Charlie Kirk.
As a fighter.
When America needed a hero, God sent us Charlie Kirk. He sent us Donald Trump. Some say that we're not sure who sent us Steve Bannon, but we got a Bannon too.
I'm not in that league. But I'll tell you, the Trump, they came for him twice. You saw it in Butler when they tried to gun him down in cold blood in Butler, assassination attempt, another one later.
Look.
And Charlie Kirk, I don't want to hear Charlie Kirk is dead. I don't want to hear that Charlie Kirk died today. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. An assassin's bullet cut him down.
Single shot
at 31 years old. Yeah, at 200 yards. What we're hearing. So it was not a rookie, right? It was somebody who knew how to use a weapon. Charlie Kirk was cut down by an assassin's bullet, right?
In the prime of his life.
Top of his game. Just when he got going. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I mean, beyond all that, he's our friend. This is one of our friends. And when you come for one of our friends, that's it. That's it. Gloves are off. Gloves are out. You thought that before was bad, that we went hard. You just took away one of our friends. And that's something that requires a response.
But people have to expect this. Look at Luigi.
You get MAGA or get Mangione.
That's my point.
And the Mangionis are now taking out the MAGAs.
And Mangione is considered a hero by those guys. I tell folks all the time, you got Mangione and you got Mamdani. It's
the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks.
Yeah, exactly. So you see what they're doing, and Luigi and Mangione is treated as a cult hero by these people.
So tell me again about Posobiec and Bannon and the rhetoric. Oh, the rhetoric. You're so upset. Oh, because I used the word unhumans. Yeah, what word would you ascribe to an act like this? It's unhuman. Okay, that's what we're living through. You think I want to do this with my time? You think I got kids? You think I want to be here? This is what you have done to our country.
Exactly.
And what comes next is on you, too.
And we're not going to back off an inch. Anybody think if you're going to back off, then this is not for you. Charlie Kirk gave his life for a country. He's on the battlefield of political combat, okay? And they cut him down with an assassin's bullet. Let's be blunt about this. They cut him down with an assassin's bullet. I guess we're going to take a break here. We're going to take a short commercial break. We've got John Solomon, three other people going to join us. Hopefully the great Matt Boyle. Jack Posobiec, one of Charlie's best friends and best partners, is with us. And we're going to take a short break and return in a moment. You're in the War Room.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Yikes. It's a leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
We don't know why that man did what he did. We don't know how to deal with people who were hurting in the way this man was hurting. Hurt people hurt people. What happened was horrible. No one mentioned the word race, white, black, or anything except him.
Okay, that was Van Jones. What do you say about this Van Jones situation?
Really, Van Jones? Really? And all of them. All the people out there. They want to blame Charlie Kirk. They want to blame Charlie Kirk, who never hurt anybody in his life. Charlie Kirk, who always stood up for truth, and he did so with his voice. He didn't do so with his hands. He didn't do so in violence. He didn't do any of this.
And what was Charlie talking about? A woman being stabbed.
The woman being stabbed to death. Where's your energy for that, Van Jones? What, you think people are worried about when they go on a subway late at night, that they're worried about being surrounded by Charlie Kirks? They're looking over their shoulder for Charlie Kirk? No, I don't think so, Van Jones. I don't think so at all. So now my wife has got to go reach out to Erica, because as close as they are, and now we have to deal with this. But no, it's all Charlie Kirk's fault, right, Van Jones? It's all Charlie Kirk's fault, and all the rest of it was MSNBC saying, "Oh, Charlie Kirk, he ginned up the rhetoric, and he did all this." Shooter's still at large, by the way, as far as we know. There's a manhunt, they're saying, and we've been in contact with FBI and all the rest. So it's all this, right? Or what did they say? It was maybe a MAGA guy who was getting up. Cut me a break. We know where the violence is coming from Butler to West Palm and now to Salt Lake City, Utah. No. This is the Mangionis. This is the Unhumans. This is the sick, pervasive violence that's going on by the blood in the streets and the blood of Charlie Kirk now. Just like the blood of Trump a year ago, less than a year ago. Just over a year ago.
Charlie Kirk was not killed today. Charlie Kirk was assassinated in cold blood.
And they're gonna sit there and say, they're gonna sit there and say, oh well, it's the war room, it's the Charlie Kirk show, talking about COVID, talking about no.
Steel yourself, folks. Steel yourself. Now's the time. This is a moment we need to show strength. Okay, need to show strength. Matt Boyle, talk about the strong. Matt Boyle, your thoughts. You've covered Charlie from the very beginning. I happened to sit in, I think, one of Charlie Kirk's first pitches when he started Turning Point with a couple of people very closely associated with Breitbart. And let's say he went up a steep learning curve. That's the kind of guy he was. Your thoughts, Matt?
Yeah, well, but by the way, before he even started Turning Point, he was working for Breitbart, right? Like way back in the day, as far back as when he was in high school, as far back as 2012, back when I was first starting at Breitbart. So I remember we actually just published this a few minutes ago. There's an email he sent us back when he was a high school student in 2012, and when he reached out to Breitbart, like a cold reach out to want to join the cause. And he was inspired by Andrew Breitbart. He always talked about that. 100%. I've known him very closely. Look, you're 100% right. I was just watching your segment there with Jack. This was a political assassination. This was like an assassination of Martin Luther King or JFK or something like that. This needs to be a wake-up call and a clarion call to every American.
Hang on. A clarion call, but particularly for this generation, one of our younger producers, because we have them, they're very young here at the War Room. He told me, he says, this assassination will be a formational event for my generation, right? The generation under 30, under 35 years old. This is your moment. Charlie Kirk represented you. Charlie Kirk he came in with a crazy idea. I want to take over student governments. This is when he first came to Breitbart. I want to take over student governments in college and then in high schools, right? And what you have now is a political powerhouse, a grassroots, not just grassroots powerhouse as far as delivering Matt Boyle, but also thought leaders. Remember, he had the pastors, he would have thinkers, he had so many different aspects of Turning Point. He's built a massive machine through his personality and force of will, right? And for that generation under 35, and remember, Charlie Kirk gave his life for you. Where was he? On a college campus. What was he doing? What Charlie Kirk does every day, debating, right? Using ideas, coming back, and he picked up the microphone. His last act on earth, right, was picking up a microphone to rebut something that he heard from one of the people, as Jack says, if you don't agree with me, come to the front of the line. That's the kind of people he took, Matt Boyle.
Yeah, this is a really emotional moment for a lot of those young people, including myself, right? I'm a little older than Charlie, but the fact is that, you know, I think everybody's going to look back on this moment and remember where you were, right? Like, remember where you were when JFK was killed. You're going to remember where you were when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And the fact is that I think that his mission is now all of our mission, right? We can't let him die in vain. We have to carry on his mission. And then the other thing is that the radical left, frankly, there is no differentiation anymore between the radical left and the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is rotten from top to bottom. They've been corrupted by the radical left. They've been taken over. They've been subsumed. Maybe one day we'll get to a place where we have two parties again that are reasonable, but we don't have a reasonable Democrat Party anymore. Democrats are not reasonable, right? Like the fact is that they have created this culture that you heard the establishment media people out there like Van Jones and like the MSNBC crowd. I don't know if you saw this, but in the immediate aftermath of it, you saw people on MSNBC suggesting, oh, it might have just been Charlie Kirk's supporters just shooting their guns off. And, you know.
No, that was Matt Dowd. That was Matt Dowd. Yeah. And Matt Dowd is, remember, folks, embrace this, folks. Matt Dowd is not a leftist. Matt Dowd, let's get that up. Matt Dowd was a Bush Republican. Okay. And today what he said on MSNBC is unforgivable of what he said. When Charlie Kirk's life was hanging in the balance, when they medevaced him out, they helicoptered him out, and the doctors and nurses are sitting there trying to save his life. This is the kind of thing Matt Dowd said, right? So it's unforgivable. But you're exactly correct. This was a political assassination, and it's a political assassination trying to target the young people in this country because they understand that the power of MAGA, the power of our movement, is not a bunch of boomers. The power of our movement is coming from the young. And that's where the energy is. And they understand this changes American politics and saves our country. This is what Trump came back for. This is what he returned for. He returned to save the country and make it great again. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and I think that this is not, they're not going to succeed, right? Like, I think that what's going to happen is, because I'm telling you, I'm getting the messages right now from people across this movement. People
They're not going to see. Hold it. The future is undetermined, Matt. Today at 11:59 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, I tossed it to Charlie Kirk to do the show like every day. 2 hours of populist nationalism coming in hot with Charlie Kirk. The future is unformed. We have to form it. It's not, we will win if we don't flinch. We will win if we don't sit there and start sucking our thumbs and get in the fetal position. Okay? Charlie Kirk was assassinated today. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, where I'm going with that point, Steve, is that I think that the raw emotion of this, right? Like, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not really an emotional guy, but this has hit me pretty hard. I knew Charlie very well. It's hit me very hard in the last, couple hours here since I've been processing the news. I've been trying to get the details of what happened, but I mean, this is just terrible. And I'll tell you, this gives me more fight. It gives everyone else across the right, everyone I'm talking to is newly inspired by Charlie's mission, right? Like, and I think that we have to not let him die in vain. We carry his mission on. Everything he stood for what Breitbart believes in, what the War Room Posse believes in. I mean, this is a guy who built his entire career. I mean, he's 31 years old. He's younger than any of us. But like, I mean, again, his entire life and career was built in this movement, this America First MAGA movement. I've been going back through in the last hour or so here some old interviews I did with him, where he's talking about things like immigration, and he's talking about things like standing up to China and on trade and building out a political movement and voter fraud and all this kind of stuff. I think that it's even bigger than just young people, right? Like, I mean, Charlie Kirk and everything that he stands for is going to. I don't think that the mission of whoever conducted this assassination, and we don't have all those details yet, but clearly they were trying to silence him while he's debating, right? Like, I don't think they'll succeed. I think his message is going to become, even more profound now after this, because again, this feels a lot like a JFK or an MLK type moment, right? Like in our country, and we're all going to remember where we were the day Charlie Kirk was assassinated and when we heard the news and how we heard the news.
Matt Boyle, where do people go on social media to get you? I know you guys are putting up stuff with Charlie. A great reminder that Charlie first came to Breitbart when he had the idea, and people associated with Breitbart got in back of him. And put the seeds in that came up with the turning point. That was one of the critical, and not the critical, element to winning the 2024 election. Where do people go, Matt, today to get to your social media and to get all the great news over at Breitbart?
Yeah. Well, first off, Breitbart.com, our team is working around the clock. And then also my Twitter account is @mboyle1 and my true social is @realmattboyle. But yeah, our team is working very hard and we're trying to get all the details and the facts, and then we're going to see where this goes. But I'm telling you, the emotion here is raw. And I think that that a match has been lit in America. And I think that the American right, especially young people, are not going to take this.
Not going to take it. The last day, I talked to Charlie on the Sunday before I went to prison on Monday on July 1st, and Charlie said, "How are you going to do?" Because we lead into the show. How are you going to do the show? Who's going to be the host? I said, Charlie, next man up, right? Is that not the message for Charlie's generation? Next man or woman up. Matt Boyle, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming on. Jack Posobiec's riding shotgun with me in this hour. Want to thank Real America's Voice, everybody, for their coverage today. Real America's Voice, because of the closeness, obviously, with Charlie Kirk, broke the news. I think it was on the Eric Bolling Show, John Solomon, etc. We're going to try to get John Solomon up. We need to get we need to find the assassin. We need to get to the bottom of this. We also have to make sure that the best way to remember Charlie Kirk is to carry on his work at the level Charlie Kirk would. Sure.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're gonna break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has Car Shield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify Car Shield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have Car Shield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like Car Shield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call Car Shield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call Car Shield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Charlie Kirk, on one level, is totally irreplaceable. Is it not, Jack Posobiec?
Look, Charlie Kirk is 101. And Charlie Kirk, there's never going to be another Charlie Kirk. But you know what else is going to happen? There's never going to be another assassin to take out someone like the way they did because of what comes next. And because what comes next will be swift, will be quick, and it will be retribution. And that's it.
Next man up, as far as everybody, Charlie's organization, all of it right now, particularly this younger generation that Charlie was one of the top one or two leaders of. They're going to test your mettle, and they're going to test it right now. John Solomon joins us. John, you working your contacts with FBI, et cetera, were incredibly helpful to finding out early exactly what was going on. Give us your assessment, and what do we know about the shooter?
Yeah, we don't know much because he's not in custody as of yet. It looks like a professional hit job from quite a ways away. Long shot, probably high-powered rifle, able to pierce the arteries in the neck. So someone who's professional, it appears. That's what the FBI's early assessment is. We're a long way from knowing a lot. But
Hold it.
it's a moment of reckoning in our country.
You're using a term. You've used it twice now. You're saying this, I mean, it was a long distance, and the shot hit one of the most susceptible places as a kill shot. You're saying you use the word professional. What do you mean by that?
Someone who knew how to handle a gun. It wasn't someone that just got a spur-of-the-moment idea and was going to go shoot Charlie. It looks like it's from a longer distance, maybe from a building or window away. We're still learning stuff, and in the fog of war, it takes some time, so we're going to have to sort this out. But the early assessment of law enforcement officials I talked to is that this looked like somebody who knew how to kill and knew how to handle a gun and knew how to set up in a way that they could assassinate someone and then possibly get away, which is what they initially have done. They don't have anyone in custody yet. So a lot to be learned. A lot to be learned. We're going to learn. This story will turn.
John, in your discussions with law enforcement, we've seen some reports out there regarding range. Now, obviously, it's still early on that. But have you been able to confirm any of the current assessments on how far they think the shooter was?
They don't believe the shooter was in the crowd. The angle of shot suggested it was probably an elevated location, which would have to be a little bit further off, much like what we saw with President Trump's attempted assassination in Butler, where someone gets on a roof or in a window. But they really don't. As of 40 minutes ago, they had not located the shooting scene yet. So perhaps this person cleaned their brass up, or they don't have the right location yet. But it seems to be an elevated shot from a distance. How far a distance, hard to say it, because they don't have the shooting location. They don't have the origination of the crime scene.
The fact that it was at a distance, it appears that was close to being perfectly placed, and that they have not found him. So this is someone who had thought through how to exit. It leads you to believe it's just not some random at the last minute emotional, like some of these school shootings we've seen or some of these other shootings we're seeing. That it is something. Looks like somebody that really knew their way around weapons and the way around getting a shot off and getting away. John Solomon.
I think that's the early assessment. Early assessments change, but there is some belief that this was intentional and thought out, perhaps a little bit. Now, on a college campus, in the chaos, it's easy to escape even if you're not a professional. So let's wait and see what they come up with. But some of the early assessments of the shot, the way where it landed, where it came from, suggests that there's some intentionality and maybe some marksman expertise in this. Let's wait and see what it looks like. And there, I was with Charlie just 2 weeks ago in Colorado, and he talked about, he gets all threats all the time, and it doesn't deter him. He didn't take these threats seriously. He said something profound to me, and that is, I said to him, I look at these Gen Z numbers, and you've had a generational change on America. And he said to me, "Oh, you're being so dramatic, John. Listen, it's not that simple, not that complex what I did." I said, we talk about all people needed, all young people needed was a little moral support. It's people willing to stand shoulder to shoulder to them and say it's okay to be conservative, to believe in freedom, believe in the goodness of America, believe in life, believe in God, and not be bullied by teachers or friends. And he, in such extraordinary fashion, he could summarize how simple and yet how extraordinary the mission he set out to. And I went to one of his first conferences. He invited me down when he was like 20. I think it was in Florida, in Palm Beach. It was like 200 kids in the audience. And now you look, and every year Charlie's organization is reaching tens of thousands of people. And he never saw it as anything more than a simple job of just giving people moral support. I found that remarkably refreshing when I talked to him 2 weeks ago.
John, you're going to follow us at 6 o'clock. What is your social media? Because you break a lot of news up there, sir.
Yes, sir. Jay Solomon reports on all platforms. And, of course, justthenews.com is the news website.
Thank you. Appreciate you, John Solomon. Posobiec, you probably spent more time on the road with Charlie, more time working on things. The two shows backed up, but you guys were in constant communication, plotting, strategizing, executing. Your thoughts on tell us who Charlie Kirk was.
Charlie was always thinking. Charlie was always he was more of a chess player than people realize, because he could see angles and he could think 3 moves ahead, 4 moves ahead, 5 moves ahead. He knew how to take that bank shot. Boom, 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 triple rail bank shot, and he was going to make it. If something was in his way, he was either going to take it down or he was going to get around it, because he would see these things coming. And there's just so many stories behind the scenes that people don't even know. Things that Charlie has never talked about publicly once, things that he's been involved in, conversations, decisions, plans that beyond Turning Point, right? The amount of lives that he touched, even beyond politics, the amount of stuff that he did just as a good person for people is unlistable. It's innumerable. And the fact that they would take someone like that away, the fact that they would take someone like that away from this world.
What do you mean? From their perspective, Charlie Kirk was one of the top 2 or 3 people in the entire MAGA movement. right? These people are vicious. They're playing for keeps. Of course, Charlie Kirk, that's why when you gave him the warning that Charlie was a target, is because how many go back to American history? How many individuals in their 20s, because the formation of this generation started, years ago with Charlie Kirk, how many people have done to a generation when they're in that generation as far as leadership go? No one really comes to mind right now except for Charlie Kirk.
Well, I would just say, when you think of, coming from Philadelphia, that you look at the age of a lot of the founders in the founding generation.
Exactly.
And you see guys in their 20s and 30s, and it was young men.
That was a Charlie Kirk.
Who stepped at the age of Jefferson when he writes the Declaration, and we're coming up on the 250th in just a couple of months here. And you look at that age, and there's something about that age where you're just hitting your stride. You're in your prime. You're on the top of the world. You've got your health. He was so healthy, Steve. Yep. Charlie Kirk was a biohacking, loved the Maha, health nut, cold plunge every day kind of guy. I mean, half the time, he didn't drink caffeine. That Starbucks cup, that's tea. That's not coffee. Didn't drink caffeine. He's been he was off of caffeine for a year, I think. And he really focused on what goes into his body, and really focused on health and nutrition, and was always talking about that. Funny, behind the scenes, we would talk about that just as much as we would talk about politics or, argue theology and, debate back and forth, all of these various things. And I mean, they took my friend away. You took my friend away.
What is it?
Let me just
go ahead.
I was at the Museum of the Bible earlier this week with President Trump. And President Trump, and he got there and he said, America needs to pray again, and America has to have the prayer initiative. But he also talked about this horrific situation with the young Ukrainian girl down in Charlotte. And he said something. He said, sometimes you have to do horrible things to stop horrible things. And we are now living through the era of horrible things.
Does September of 2025 change things? What's happened in this month alone? Does it send things in a different direction?
Last night, I tweeted out that the Overton window has been stabbed to death. The Overton window just got assassinated. The Overton window is gone. It is completely gone. There is a gaping hole with blood gushing out of it now, where the Overton window used to be. I'm done. I'm done playing these games. I'm done playing games. No more games.
The 60 people would argue, and people do argue, that the end of American greatness came with the assassination of President Kennedy, and then you had the 60s with Martin Luther King. You had Bobby Kennedy, Malcolm X. They then eventually They got to George Wallace. We had a string of political assassinations
in Maryland, right?
In Maryland, he did not die. He was felled by an assassin's bullet. Didn't die. A couple times they came after Jerry Ford at close range.
You had Reagan down here at the Hilton.
President Reagan got shot at close range and came so close to death. Is this an inflection point for the country when somebody is prominent as Charlie Kirk, particularly in this movement, and one of the driving forces in this movement, as far as not just an activist, but an intellectual, a leader, and somebody that's done something to a generation that you have not really seen in American history, really changed the politics of a generation, right? When we talk about President Trump passing the baton back, not just to who will follow him, but to generations, 2 or 3 generations, 4 generations in back of him, you get the Charlie Kirks. Is this an inflection point, not just in our movement, but in the country's history?
And the country's history will never be the same now. The country, we were on one path, now we're on another. The legacy of Charlie Kirk now will forever be tied together with this violence.
Oh, yes.
Will be tied together with the violence and the carnage of this period. And there is no way that you can talk about this period ever without having to talk about the violent, radical Marxist left that has been conducting killings in the street, killings on college campuses, attempted killings in fields in Butler. There's no way that you can put this back now. And the response You see, Steve, it is a law of the universe. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And no, I don't mean picking up arms. But what I mean is justice. I mean, due justice must be done and will be done. We have been talking about left-wing killers. We have been talking about these political assassins for years. And nobody, Chris Wray and all these people, and you want to talk about the trans shooter shooting up a bunch of kids down at a Catholic school? It's done. It's absolutely done. There's no more games.
That was the question that Charlie Kirk perked the microphone up. They were in the middle of I think they were questioning the numbers of this transgender shooters, and Charlie Kirk was engaged in the debate on that. Okay, we're taking a short commercial break. Jack Posobiec, Socially Riding Shotgun. John Solomon's going to follow. We'll have probably later tonight or tomorrow morning some notifications of what we're going to be doing over the next couple of days. Obviously, Charlie Kirk is top of mind for the country, top of mind for the movement. President Trump has just ordered the flags to half staff. I don't know I think we may have some footage on that. Charlie Kirk, a great man who would never sit there and go, I'm a great man. Charlie Kirk was all about getting it done. That's what always impressed me about this guy. Everything he accomplished, everybody's trying to get to him. Everybody's trying to praise him and hold him up. Charlie Kirk was just, at the end of the day, just a grinder. Got it done, right? And what he got done was absolutely magnificent. He's one of the key reasons we've been able to save this country to date. If it was not for Charlie Kirk and the great team that he built at Turning Point USA, we would not be where we are today. Short commercial break.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends. But Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Besides being a very good friend, Jack, you were almost Charlie's partner in the podcast. You follow him here in Real America's Voice. You would sync your schedules. You guys traveled around the country. You were live, and the irony of this, you were live on the show this afternoon when we got the announcement that Charlie had been shot. What went through your mind?
Look, it's being in the military, being intelligence, having served at Guantanamo. It's just something where you take the emotions, and I always say you just kind of put your emotions on the shelf, and you focus. What happened? All right, how bad? The same as when I got the news about Trump. It's how bad, And then who do we have booked? Get him off. Get him off. I just get me off air. Get me on the phone. Get me information. What happened? What's the latest? What's the situation? And then as it came out more and more and more, you just have to think, all right, has anyone informed Erica? Has she given the green light to put this information out, et cetera, because this is obviously the most sensitive thing that you could talk about in a situation like this. But then you're just inundated. My phone, it just wouldn't, I'm sure yours too, it just won't stop ringing, and I'm barely responding to anyone outside of just the family. And Tanya, of course, calling, and she's close with Erica, so she's powering through. And you have to think, and it's weirdly enough, part of me is just thinking, hey, we have the show Thursday. What, I'm trying to think of my schedule Thursday. I'm like, oh yeah, what time's Charlie free? What time are we going to tape the show? And
this is your special podcast.
We do the Thought Crime show, right. Yeah, and it just.
And you got to sync the schedules, like
we've been doing it for a couple of years now, and it just hasn't set in yet that we're not going to do that show or any more shows.
Yeah, that won't kick in for you. Also, the coverage he would do, the amazing coverage of all the elections, the Kerry Lake situation out in Arizona,
election nights,
the stolen election, so many
being with them on election night,
so many memories.
The minute,
and this guy, I'm telling you, for someone that had risen so fast, a lot of times it goes to people's heads, right? And they become too precious. They can't do it. Charlie Kirk. Today, he was assassinated doing what he's been doing for years and years and years. Other people could do that, but Charlie Kirk was doing it at Utah Valley University in front of looks like 3,000 to 5,000 kids in the high noon and the lunch break, and sitting right there. And what would you say, Jack? If you disagree with me,
come to the front.
Come to the front.
Come to the front. Look, Charlie, he wanted that back and forth, but not out of anger, not out of a place of he wanted to humiliate them or embarrass them or something like that, because he wanted to actually try to communicate with them. And that's what he would do, is he would find a way, find out something personal about that person. And I've watched his technique for years, and he would try to find a way to come outside of politics, get to the core of what made that person tick, and then start to have a conversation there outside of the combativeness.
Tej Gill, you join us. You did, 16 tours. You've had a lot of very close friends killed in combat. Today we had a political assassination. Charlie Kirk, 31 years old, one of the great leaders in the United States of America and one of the leaders of his generation, cut down in cold blood by an assassin's bullet. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, first I just want to say my condolences to Charlie Kirk's family and to America. This is a huge tragedy. It's crazy to think that these things are happening regularly now. Look, they tried to kill Trump twice last summer. There's murders on the subways. It's crazy what's going on in America. This left-wing ideology is becoming more and more radicalized as the years and the months go by.
And violent.
You shouldn't have to go to have armed security everywhere you go. You shouldn't have to look over your shoulder everywhere you go. This is absolutely sickening that somebody killed Charlie Kirk at a college. It's absolutely sickening, Steve. It's horrible and it's terrible. And the irony of this is this left-wing ideology is born from the college professors. That's who's radicalizing our children. The young men and young women, when they go to college, they get radicalized by these college professors, and it's getting to the point where it's almost as dangerous as radical Islam.
It's the whole propaganda all the way through. and their ideas don't work. And so when their ideas don't work, they strike out like children. They're getting more and more radical
because they've
and more
because they've lost power. They've lost control of the narrative. They've lost soft power. They've lost political power. This is all they have left. So that is why they are turning to the Mangione tactics. That's why they're turning violent, because it's all they have left. And who was it that said it? The most radical communist of them all, Chairman Mao. Political power grows through the barrel of a gun.
Yes. And they realize
it doesn't just and they're killing our children, Steve. These transvestite shooters are going in to these this Catholic school last month and whatever school, but it's absolutely sickening. They're attacking our children through their transvestites. They're killing political figures that they don't agree with. They're desperate to hang on to power any way possible, and even if it means killing people in the United States of America, the land of the free, the home of the brave, the free speech country. They want to silence conservatives. They want to silence white people. It's absolutely sickening what is going on, and this should not happen in America. This is the safe haven of the world. We are the leader of the free world. We're the leader of Christianity, and people are being murdered every day. It's horrible.
Tej, we got to bounce. Thank you so much. Jack Posobiec, closing thoughts on one of the great ones, Charlie Kirk, assassinated today on the 10th of September in the year of our Lord 2025 at just after high noon Mountain Time in right outside Salt Lake City, Utah.
Look, just like when you went away, Steve, even though that was a brief time, what you said, I'm going to say it again. It's next man up. Turning Point USA will never die. The movement that Charlie started will never die. And Charlie Kirk will be forever remembered now and for all times.
Jack Posobiec and I got to shove off. We're going to turn it over to John Solomon. John Solomon's going to take it from here in Real America's Voice, the home of the Charlie Kirk show. We won't be tossing it to Charlie Kirk tomorrow. People got to embrace that.
And Steve, you know what Charlie would say to us when he's looking down? He'd say, hey, guys, get to work.
Yeah, figure it out.
Figure it out.
Figure it out. You have to embrace that. The future is not guaranteed to anyone. Remember that. Remember that in the fight we have. And I will tell the left and those people cheering this on and that crowd over MSNBC, Matthew Dowd and that crowd, we have not yet begun to fight. Turn it over now to John Solomon at Real America's Voice, Just the News.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison.
Good evening, America. I'd like to tell you we have good news for you tonight, but we don't. Welcome to a very sad edition of Just the News, No Noise. Our colleague, our friend, I used to call him my taller but younger brother from another mother, Charlie Kirk, assassinated in cold blood while doing what he did best, working with college students to get them the confidence they had to be strong conservatives. Amanda, what happened in Utah just a few short hours ago, it's unthinkable, unnecessary, but this is a reckoning moment in America. Whatever happened here, we don't know all the details yet. It is something that America is going to have to deal with in a really big way.
Yeah, regardless of whether it was domestic or foreign, Charlie represented the best of not just one political side, but the best of America. He was a huge proponent of the First Amendment above all else, and he wanted to have open dialogue. He wanted to have conversations because he firmly believed that when you stop talking to the other side, when you stop having conversations and debating each other civilly, that's the inception of violence. And unfortunately, someone had a lot of hate in their heart today and took it out on Charlie. And I'm only going to say this once because I've already cleaned up my makeup 4 times today. My heart goes out to his wife and to their children. And I know that Erica is grieving right now, so I am joining all of you in praying for her for impossible, unexplainable peace in the midst of all of this. As a wife myself, and John, for you as a husband, we fortunately don't know what that's like, but
we don't.
Just unexplainable.
Yeah, no, we do, and we're about to head into the morning of 24 years ago, what happened that horrible day on September 11th in 2001, and tonight we have a fresh reason to mourn because it's the same intolerance and hatred. It doesn't matter whether it's Islamist terrorism or liberal intolerance or some foreign government, whatever this turns out to be. We have to confront intolerance and hate in America, and we got to stop letting it be the norm on television, on our discourse. You mentioned Charlie Kirk, the debater, and my goodness, was he an incredible debater. But I want to address something that I've heard on several of my former colleagues' shows today. Some have suggested he deserved this. That's just, obviously, we're not even going to dignify that with a response. But people said that he was a hater, and I know that for sure not to be true. This was a man of deep faith. He might have disliked the values of the left, but he never hated a person who was a liberal or any person. And he always treated people with dignity, even if he applied the greatest sharpness of his intellect to an argument. He would give the shirt off a back to help someone that was in need, regardless of their political stripe. And so for you guys in the media who want to call him a hater, just stop it now. I can tell you it's factually false. Don't do it, because I will call you out every time, every night for the rest of my life if you do it. Stop it. Yeah. There's a lot to be learned here. We're bringing up to speed on what we do know. At this moment, the shooter or shooters are still at large. We believe the shot was fired from a distance beyond the crowd. Charlie was at a Utah college doing what he does best, just giving students the courage to stand up for their values and believing in freedom and life and God in this great country. It appears that the shot was from an elevated location. It struck Charlie in the neck. He fell to the ground. He did not recover and died shortly thereafter at the hospital. It appears to be a skilled marksman. That's what we're hearing from law enforcement. And we're going to keep you up to date on this network all night long. Facts matter, even in a moment of mourning. We're going to try to give you as unemotionally as we can the facts, the truth. Wherever this story leads, we owe it to Charlie to give America the truth, because that's what he always was fighting to do. We'll never be the same here. I was with him in Colorado. I have to admit, I griped and complained about taking the trip because it was the last weekend in August. I was a grumpy old guy, and it was going to be a 13-hour flight with all hops and stuff. But I was blessed when I got there, and Charlie and I talked for a little bit, and we were on stage. It was myself and Scott Jennings. It was a great conversation, but before I talked to Charlie privately a couple times, and I said to him, did you ever think you'd have this much profound effect, a generational change? And he said to me, oh, you're being so dramatic, John. It's really not that difficult what I did. Like we talk about, I just realized that young people needed strength in numbers. They needed to be surrounded by other people who weren't ashamed to be conservative or believe in freedom or in this great country. And all I did was create a little peer pressure so that you could stay who you are and you weren't bullied into being a thinker that you were not. And I thought that was such a profound answer. He was a joyful warrior. He was always happy. Yeah. Always tall. Let me say, he always towered over me. But he towered over me not just in his height, but in the intellect and the sense of mission that he felt. And we are a lesser country tonight, absent his incredible persona, and we grieve with him, along with Erica and the kids and our colleagues here at Just the News, who, amidst the sad news, just kept reporting the news so you could get it in real time. And I'm proud of every one of them who stood alongside us today, Amanda, and just gave our viewers what we knew in real time. All right, I think we have somebody who knows Charlie really well. He was a mentor, an advisor, a supporter. He once ran for governor of Illinois. He would have made an incredible governor of Illinois, and he's joining us right now, Gary Rabin. Gary, thank you for joining us on this very sad evening.
Thank you, John. I appreciate you having me on. It's not an easy time to be on, but when you call, I'm going to be there for you for sure. And I got to tell you, I had the honor of meeting this young man at 18 years old, and he told me this dream he had. He had 20 or 30 kids involved in this organization. Told me this dream he had, and at the time, three of my kids were in and out of college. One left to go, and I saw what was going on in college campuses. At the time, I looked at my late wife Cheryl and said, "You know what? This is the blessing that we have to invest in." And at the time, we'd been investing in great causes, but Charlie asked if we would help and invest in this new cause he had. And when we understood the intelligence of this young man, we're like, golly, if anybody can do it, this is the mind that can make the change. So this huge dream that this kid had at 18 years old, and as I got him speaking in front of people all over America, entrepreneurs, and his dream at 18, 19 years old was, I just want to be in schools across America and educate kids on why God and America are so great. So anybody that says that he has hate in his heart, they don't know him. They didn't know him, okay? He loved everybody, just like God expects of all of us. And when you listen to him debate, he respected everybody before he disagreed with them, and he always reasoned with anybody to tell his side of the story, his point. And so anyway, I had the blessing to be great friends with Charlie through these last 13 years, and I love him dearly. We have to pray for Erica and his family because, boy, she needs us all. And then we have to pray for America because we know that, the devil goes after great leaders in our society, right? From Jesus to Martin Luther King, Abraham Lincoln, Charlie Kirk. And what do? We rallied behind their families and rallied behind their cause to make them even stronger than they would be if they're here with us.
You said, and I'll just interject, and I'm going to turn it over to my amazing colleague, but you said he loved everybody. I will tell you, I know personally, he really loved you, Gary. When I was in Milwaukee last year at the convention, you and I had breakfast, and I saw Charlie a little bit later. I just with Gary, his face lit up, and what he said is, I couldn't have done what I did if I didn't have a mentor like Gary in my corner. His love for you and his respect, and he looked up to you, and that kid had the audacity to dream, and he delivered on his dream, but he knew also he didn't do it without people in his foxhole like you. And so I just want to say that because I didn't get a chance to tell you in Milwaukee, but his face smiled the second I mentioned your name because he knew what you did for him.
I didn't do anything but just help him dream a little bigger. That's what all the entrepreneurs that could get behind him. I got some of the biggest dreamers I could find, myself and many others that had big dreams that accomplished their dream, that got behind Charlie to help him develop a dream. And all of us big dreamers never dreamed as big as Charlie ended up accomplishing, right?
That's so true.
Millions of supporters and followers and people that love this young man. And they didn't love him because he hated anybody. He changed more minds from left to center to right than anybody ever has, I think, in this country. And when a young man like him gets respect from leaders of countries. Last I talked to him on Sunday, he was coming back from Japan, flying back from Japan.
Right.
What are you doing in Japan, Charlie? Well, I was in South Korea and Japan, and I'm talking to all different groups of people and leaders that wanted my opinion and wanted to hear from me, so I had to go. But again, think about that. The 31-year-old kid, leaders of countries want to hear from him. Yeah. And so we can't let this dream die. It's got to be bigger than ever before. We people like myself have to, and other people that love this man so much and this cause so much have to now rise up and really, thank God we had him. Thank God we've got the model, in my opinion, that he left, this legacy left that we all need to continue on and make stronger.
Yeah. Amen to that.
Gary, you are such a shrewd businessman. I have no doubt that you have probably been pitched 10,000 dreams in the course of your business life. When Charlie came to you with this idea of Turning Point, of spreading the message of freedom across schools in this country, what was it about him or his delivery or his message or his dream that you thought that is bankable?
Well, I never heard of an 18, 19-year-old kid with this clarity and goals and expectations, right? And when I realized he had this photographic memory, he would never say this to anybody, right? But he had photographic memory, and his memory was really anchored in love of God and love of faith and family and America, right? So how could you not love this kid and want to be part of what he was going to do? And by the way, I had this selfish thing in my head saying, people around me were saying, why are you spending so much time with this kid? And I said, because he's going to be one of the leaders of our country someday, and you're going to say you wish you'd have been around him. If you don't invest in him now, you're going to wish you did. And okay, but in the background, I'd tell my family, I'd say, you know what? Worst case scenario, this doesn't work out. Charlie will be the best CEO of any company I build in the future. So that was kind of a selfish thought, right? If it doesn't work out, Charlie would be welcome to be a CEO in any. I've started 41 companies in 44 years. Charlie could have led any one of them better than me or any of my leaders today. So that when you know that, it's kind of like, I want to be close to this kid. If it doesn't work out, we know we got a place for Charlie always. And I think there's nothing he could have led in this world. And we can hate this situation, and I have a hard time staying away from hating what happened, right? But I think we have to look back and love this person and love his family and pray more than we've ever prayed in our lives that Charlie's message and this legacy continues on.
He would have been a CEO of a great company called Courage because he always had it. He was fearless. He was a joyful warrior. He was always happy. Whenever I was around him, he was always happy doing what he did. Gary, we have seen since Charlie started on this mission in 14 and 15 an extraordinary shift in Gen Z. And I wonder if you could opine a little bit just on the legacy that once he created a space for young people in high school and college to be for freedom, for America, for the American experience, it seems like he moved a whole generation.
So you're exactly right. I mean, I'll tell you, my kids were out of school by the time he started, my older kids. And then my younger son didn't go to college, but his friends that went to college had this backdrop of Turning Point USA that they can lean on. My older kids, one of them was pretty vocal against some of the messaging they got from their professors and administrators. The other two were kind of quiet, but their brains didn't get turned differently than they thought going in because they grew up around entrepreneurship. But their friends, many good kids, really turned in a different direction. My son's friends now, my son Nick's friends, younger generation, all in college and at the end of college, all had the backdrop of Turning Point USA that my older kids didn't have. So to see the difference in a 10-year span, it's incredible. And so what he's created is really something that our history will never see again. Now it's a matter of us making it bigger and better and going forward. Making it bigger and better, right? But yeah, it's such a difference in college campuses. Now high school campuses also, by the way, we're growing rapidly in high school campuses as well. And it's like we have to educate this message in grade schools as well.
Yeah, you are right.
Gary, Charlie was so one of a kind. He was so patriotic. He was so charismatic. It's hard to see Turning Point continuing in the same manner without him, but we all know that he left an incredible playbook, and there are plenty of capable people there at Turning Point. Does it continue with the same speed and fervor as it has been traveling along since its inception?
I think it's going to continue we're going to pause for a little bit here, and we're all going to pray a lot and remember Charlie, and then we're going to regroup in the near future. And when we regroup, I believe that we've got so many great leaders on board in this organization, young and old. We need to regroup, and we need to understand how this legacy continues stronger than ever before. And I believe that I'm not stopping. I'm not going to let this stop. And I believe the hundreds of investors and thousands and hundreds of thousands of kids, no way we're going to let this slow down.
Yeah. Well, from your lips to God's ears, we got to make this even bigger and better and ride the wave that Charlie started for all of us and that you started, Gary. It's an honor to have you on the show, and I couldn't think of a better person who could capture the essence of Charlie Kirk than you, Gary. Thanks for joining us tonight, my friend.
Thank you, and pray for Charlie and his family. We will never forget this man. Just like we didn't forget Jesus, we didn't forget Lincoln, we didn't forget Martin Luther King. We're not forgetting Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, we shan't. We shan't. We'd be a mistake to do so. Gary, thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break, catch our breath here. We've got more around the corner. The FBI has a lot of work ahead of it under Kash Patel to figure out what happened here. We've got one of the FBI's best to join us, retired FBI Executive Assistant Director and good friend, Chris Paiota. Up next, right after these messages.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right, hey, well, come on in here. I'm just gonna hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we get to our next guest, just a quick programming note. Shortly, Utah's Governor Spencer Cox is going to be doing a live press conference, so we're going to dip into that. Utah, of course, being the state where Charlie Kirk was tragically killed just a few hours ago at Utah Valley University. So we're going to dip into that in a moment. But John, I think about all of the interactions that we had with Charlie as a brother at this network, and you oftentimes with him in places far and wide.
Yeah.
And just always such a genuine guy. And regardless of how busy he was, I mean, you think of if you've ever been to a Turning Point event, you know that it is a production. It is a production on the scale of a Beyonce concert, and all of the intricacies, all of the people who get involved on the production side, on the logistics side, on the governmental side, on the law enforcement side. I mean, it is just such an operation, but he never was too busy to talk to people.
No, I love the event he did a few months ago where he was on stage with his wife the whole time, where they were basically interviewing each other, and you saw the love they have and the faith that they have. And I just thought that he was something special. I would fight with him. I would mentor him. But I will tell you, the first time I saw him was in 2015. And I was working at Sinclair, and David Smith, the owner of CEO, said, "You're jumping on a corporate jet." Now, I'd never been on a corporate jet in my life, so I thought this was a pretty big deal. And we went down, and there was maybe 200 kids in this hotel ballroom, and Charlie stood up. I spoke for a little bit, but they stood up, and I'd never seen anyone like this. And then David said, he skipped college. He dropped out of college. I'm like, he don't need college.
Yeah.
But you could just see somebody magical. And from the 200 or 300 kids in December of 2015, and I think it was West Palm Beach, to these last few events where you have thousands, tens of thousands a week that were being touched by him. What a success he was. And it's probably that success that made someone want to stop it, but they're going to have failed. They may have succeeded at killing Charlie. They will not succeed at the greater goal. Somebody who succeeds a lot, particularly when he was in the FBI, is one of our next guests. We got a good one, don't we?
Yes, we do. And I loved having Gary on in the first block because he offered kind of that personal side of things. He's a witness to the charisma and the intellect of Charlie Kirk. So now let's talk about the law enforcement side of things, because there are a lot of us out there asking questions. As journalists here, we are obviously the first champing at the bit, trying to get answers to a lot of the questions, and who did this and how it happened and why wasn't Charlie protected. So joining us now to discuss all of that is retired FBI Executive Assistant Director Chris Piotta. Chris, thanks so much for joining us.
Good evening, John, Amanda. And before we get started, I'd like to offer my deepest sympathies and condolences to Charlie Kirk's wife and children, family, and friends for this tragedy.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chris. Walk us through what's happening there on the ground in Utah. What's the process here? Who all is on the ground? Who is there from Washington? What does it look like right now?
What you have right now is a process of course, they look to identify and mitigate any immediate threats, any continuing threats, which I think was probably done earlier today. And now you have the process of investigative work where they're interviewing on-scene individuals, people who can provide audio and video footage, people who may have seen certain things, bits and parts that the investigators can put together. Also, what they're trying to do is make sure that the site is preserved for the post-shooting investigation, where you're going to have the state and local authorities, along with federal authorities, working together to identify what happened, how the shots were made, looking for forensic evidence, and they're also looking to reconstruct things like trajectory, ballistics, and things of that sort that led to the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. It's going to be a complex event, and when you don't catch a shooter right away, it gets a little trickier. And obviously, right now, at least as of an hour ago, there was no one in custody. From what you can see in video footage, it looks like this shooter was a pretty good marksman, aiming for the neck, if we're right. And from an elevated angle, it looks like those are the three things we've been told by law enforcement so far, which isn't a lot of detail, but where might that lead the early search? I assume buildings, rooftops, windows might be the place that the FBI is going to look quickly for, right?
That's correct. They'll bring in the FBI laboratory division to support our state and local partners. And they'll start looking at, again, trajectory, and they'll look at the way the video shot was taken, and they'll recreate what happened. And there's some footage that I just saw a few minutes ago where someone saw a shooter or someone on a rooftop.
Yeah.
And what they're going to do is they're going to look at how that could have happened, and then they're going to look at the security perimeter, and this individual may have been outside the security perimeter.
That's right.
When you mentioned the shot that was taken, the neck or the throat area is not a general target area. Usually you'll have the head or the chest. So this individual may have taken the shot and miscalculated for certain shooting characteristics and hit him in the throat instead, but it was still a lethal shot.
Great observation.
Chris, so often in these high-profile murders or assassinations, you have ballistic tests that are performed, and that oftentimes gives us a lot of information. I mean, we obviously all know from the Kennedy assassination a lot of conversations surrounding what we learned from those ballistic tests. What can we glean once they figure out what was used? Can they figure out the source of the weapon? Can they figure out if it was foreign or domestic?
I think what you'll find is after they recover any bullet fragments from Charlie Kirk, and they do an analysis, they'll see what the caliber of the bullet was, whether it was a .556 round, maybe a .308 round or whatever, and then they'll look and see basically, what the weapons platform could have been based upon certain characteristics, and they'll use that in the investigative effort and then try and trace backwards, look for any specific or unique identifying information that could lead them to some suspects that they can, conduct investigation and move forward to try and find the shooter.
Yeah. we have so many enemies of this country. Some are inside, some are outside. Do you look at foreign? Do you look at domestic? There's always chatter out in the intelligence world. What's your when you're at the FBI? There's a sit room probably set up, or someone's working the intelligence angle too. Do you consider on the eve of 9/11 that this is foreign, or do you mostly look at domestic, or do you just keep your mind open to all possibilities?
In the world that we live in right now, you have to keep your mind open to all possibilities, depending on the symbology of the 9/11 anniversary versus the awful and divisive political and ideological environment we have in our country right now. You don't want to rule out any investigative avenues or investigative areas of motive, but the FBI and its partners will look in all areas, and they will leave no stone unturned.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Chris, we all know that Charlie was a proponent of freedom, and he therefore was a big supporter of President Trump. So you connect those dots. Is there a good reason for President Trump to have some extra security over the next few days?
I would say anyone of prominence in the conservative media world or political world should probably take a little bit of extra time and look at their surroundings and where they're going and some of the activities that they're involved with. The problem you have here is that in an act of violence such as this, if you can get I guess you can call them your adversary or your opponent, to step down, step back, to be afraid, to move away from their message and their mission, then you've won, right? And that's why they do these types of things, the people who move to violence. And one thing I will say is that what I'd like to see is a very affirmative, aggressive movement from our law enforcement community to put this type of ideological or terroristic violence down hard. Violence can't be tolerated like this, and there has to be a
Chris, we want to stop you for a second. We have some news from the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. The subject of the shooting, the person believed to have been the shooter, has been taken into custody. This is about 2 minutes ago. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with @FBI. We'll provide updates when able. We just got that word from Kash Patel. That's a pretty quick turn on someone who probably left the scene, right?
I would imagine that person left the scene quickly, but again, with the FBI's vast resources, they can bring in audio visual recognition, and they can bring in their vast investigative authorities and their skill and professionalism with our state and local partners, and make sure that we can make that arrest like they did just now. Congratulations to the FBI and its partners on the arrest.
All right, Chris, we're going to go to the press conference. Thank you for joining us. The governor's just taken the stand. We're going to get you back on tomorrow. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going live to Governor Cox.
We'll be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Tumenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Is there any indication or
looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? How long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
So we have Can you guys talk about the possible shooter?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it. But it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you believe the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof. Yes, a longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak to that.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we are devastated. We're a small police department.
We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. Obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This is outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area. And so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
What kind of weapon was used?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team, or a combination of both, that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. He has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
All right, folks, let's get you quickly up to speed on what just transpired at that news conference. Governor Cox, like FBI Director Kash Patel, confirming a person of interest is in custody. He's being interrogated. They believe he may be the shooter. There is video footage, which we have seen here at Just the News and at Real America's Voice, excuse me, that shows the shooter on a roof. Police chief for the Utah University confirming that the shot likely was taken a single shot, which hit Charlie Kirk in the throat area. And there's not a whole lot more. An interesting moment in the conversation. They asked if they can rule out any foreign involvement. They said they couldn't address that issue yet. That's an area I know federal law enforcement is looking at right now. We're going to keep you up to speed on that as we develop over the next hour. But right now, we've got a fantastic guest. He represents the state of Indiana in the United States House. He is Congressman Marlin Stutzman. Congressman, good to have you on the show on such a tragic day.
Thank you, John and Amanda. It's obviously just heartbreaking to see what happened and to hear what happened to Charlie Kirk this afternoon. We had votes on the floor a little bit ago, and the mood on the floor is just shocked. Our hearts are broken for Erica and their young children. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Kirk family. There's so many emotions that I know all of us are going through right now. Obviously sadness, but also, I'll be honest, for me, it's a little bit of anger. Here, one person silenced a voice that was talking with 3,000 young people. Charlie was an inspiration to young people across this country. And for one person who has the freedom here in America to assassinate somebody that he disagreed with, it's a sad day for America.
Yeah. That it is.
Yeah. Congressman Charlie Kirk's circle of friends reached all the way up to Capitol Hill, and he led a generation of people who oftentimes inspired and even pushed for changes in legislation. His presence, I imagine, or the lack thereof, is going to be felt in the halls of Congress too, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. My son, I have two boys, Gen Zers, that just admired Charlie, and our oldest son is a student at Liberty University. He was the chapter president of TPUSA last year, and he just called me a little bit ago. You could just hear the sadness in his voice, and they were having a prayer vigil before it was announced that Charlie was assassinated. But there's hundreds of thousands of young people across this country that are hearing the news today of Charlie's assassination, and it's going to have an incredible impact on them and their worldview on what happened today. And the impact that he had on Capitol Hill was incredible. Anybody that has the ability to communicate to the younger generations the way that Charlie did is always a person that we all admire, because he's engaging young people into a conversation, with the freedom of speech that we have on college campuses across the country. And there's so much admiration for him on Capitol Hill for being fearless, and but also the way that he communicated with young people and his actions spoke so much. And it's a huge, incredible loss for our country today.
Sarah, I want to turn to just one other topic. You have so eloquently captured what Charlie has done. You also are such an important voice for what's going on in Syria and some of the ethnic minority cleansing going on. You're perhaps one of the most cogent voices in Congress on this right now. Tell us just a little bit about what we need to keep our eye on there and what we in the United States can do to stop some of this horrific behavior.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I was planning on talking, as you said, about the Christians and Druze in Suwaida in Syria who have been just without mercy killed by militia in Syria. And, and here it just happened in our own country today, where hatred assassinated somebody that he disagreed with. And we're seeing the same thing in the Middle East. The hatred that happened October 7th coming out of Gaza towards the Jews in Israel. And now we're seeing Christians and Druze that are being assassinated just point blank without any mercy in Suwaida. And so, our request of the president and our Secretary of State and others who have any influence that there be a humanitarian aid route opened up for the Druze in Suwaida and the Christians in Suwaida. But again, it's the same hatred, John. It's so discouraging today to see that, the hatred that happens over in Syria is also happening right here in our own country, whether it's the young Ukraine lady on a bus who's stabbed to death, or Charlie Kirk, who is assassinated on a college campus. And this is the sort of hatred that needs to stop and needs to be ended.
Yeah.
Congressman, I think for so many of us, we see the political discourse in this country and the direction that it's been going, and we immediately jump to, this is domestic, it's someone on the left, but this could be foreign. If it is foreign, how do we retaliate? Do we retaliate?
Well, I think, just like with President Trump, I would not be surprised, and I'm actually very suspicious, would believe that there was a foreign component to the shooter somehow. This is what they do in the Middle East. They hire young people. Well, we see this in the drug trade. In Chicago, they hire these young people to go out and assassinate and shoot people wherever their mission is to spread hate and create terrorism. And so if there is a foreign component to it, and our leaders find out, I believe that President Trump will be sure that justice is served. And if the shooter that they have apprehended somehow gives any indication that there will be, further justice. And, this person who assassinated Charlie Kirk, I was grateful to hear the governor's comments from Utah that they will follow the law as far as they can and that justice will be served, including the death penalty in Utah. I'm praying for all the people involved right now, and praying for our country, because The political shootings that have happened over the past several months have got to stop. And it's so discouraging today to see that a great leader like Charlie was assassinated.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, and you're right. The final victim in this is our country. That we have to get a grip on this intolerance. That for 240 plus years, we were good at disagreeing with each other, but letting our words speak for themselves. But we seem to have a generation that doesn't see a human when they shoot at them. They see some video character or some android. And I don't know how we get this culture of civility back. I know you and your colleagues talk about it. Some thoughts about where we start this process, what we need. When we were struck on 9/11, we all agreed that we needed to stand up that hatred. But today, my colleagues just down the hall here at NBC, they had people on suggesting that Charlie was the reason he got shot. How do we get over this insanity?
Well, first of all, I believe it starts with faith in God and respecting human life. That's why the abortion issue is such an important issue for us as Republicans, that we protect human life. I mean, you know what? Charlie's not coming back. Charlie's not waking up tomorrow morning. And his boys are without a father today. That is heartbreaking and heart-wrenching. And if any person hears and just realizes that, you know what, you may disagree. I don't care if it's over what kind of food you like or the political positions that you take. It is never, ever right to take another person's life. God gave us life, and I think that that's what's important, is that we need to realize that life is such a gift and that God has given each one of us that gift. And you know what? If you're struggling, if you are uncertain about life, I mean, find answers. There's answers. And of course, I would encourage people to go to church, go to the Bible. There are good answers there that can help any person to find their way through life. And taking it out on another person, it's not the right way to do it.
Yeah, it's not the American way. It's not the way we've done it. No. And sir, you are such an eloquent voice on so many issues. It's a great honor on this tragic evening to have you here to help us come to grasp with what happened. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate you both.
What a great guy, and what an extraordinary person. What a great person to memorialize Charlie. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, catch our breaths. We're going to come back with one final segment before we hand off to the one and only Grant Stinchfeld. We'll be right back, folks.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on the screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Welcome back, everybody. As John hinted at in the last segment, yes, when we got off the elevators at the building, NBC is right across the hall. And I have to admit, John, that I'm not nearly as diplomatic as you are, and I really wanted to, throw up one of these four fingers on each hand.
I was swearing on the inside.
Yeah, but there has been a lot of disgusting, despicable coverage on the news today, and Matthew Dowd on MSNBC was one of the perpetrators. Check it out.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
Oof, I wonder if when he lays his head down on his pillow tonight, if he's going to regret saying that. Maybe, probably not, honestly.
On the same note that he was making stupid people lead to stupid ideas, and I think we just witnessed one of them. I mean, it's just anyone who knew Charlie Kirk, and this is what happens, people who don't know him start opining about him. Yeah. We know that Charlie wasn't hateful.
Not
he didn't condemn people at all. He just tried to debate with them about what he believed was right. The president has just ordered all flags to be flown at half-staff in the United States. That is a rare moment for someone who wasn't a government official. It's usually reserved for presidents. An extraordinary honor for an extraordinary young man who's been stolen from us far too early. I was thinking as we drove over here, Amanda, to do the show tonight, that how do you honor a guy like Charlie Kirk? And I know the first answer is you got to carry on the legacy. You cannot let this assassin stop what he's done. In fact, the best way to punish that assassin is to double down on Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
But I'd like to float an idea tonight. You guys on social media tell me whether you like it. If you like it, we're going to go do it. I think we need to have an annual award called the Charlie Kirk Defender of Freedom Award, because of all the things that Charlie fought for: life, faith, family, common sense. He believed in the core belief of liberty in this country and freedom. And that's really what he was fighting for. He wanted those students to have the freedom to walk safely on campus and to speak their feelings. And just 2 weeks ago, and I briefly talked to Charlie about this the other day, we had a United States Senator from Democrat who sadly apparently comes from my home state, Senator Kaine, who actually suggested that that freedom doesn't come from our maker, that our defenders of and the writers of the Declaration of Independence were wrong when they declared that we were bestowed with inalienable rights of freedom from our creator. The greatest way we can fight this is to start the education campaign that freedom is America, and that what Charlie was fighting for and died for is that. And so I want to.
I like it.
You like it? I think we should go do it.
Here's the thing.
Charlie Kirk Defender Freedom Award.
Freedom is God's idea.
Yeah.
Scripture talks about it all throughout the Old and the New Testament. Who the Son sets free is free indeed. Lyrics to one of my favorite praise and worship songs, rooted in Scripture. And for someone like Charlie Kirk, who so loved freedom, he is free indeed. He is free indeed, and he is going to be watching whoever stewards Turning Point through its next generation. And I just want to tell all of you at Turning Point, I know you guys are like family. All of you who worked at and with that organization, it was always such a family atmosphere there in Arizona every time I had the pleasure of visiting the facility. So for all of you who are going to be tasked with taking up the mantle and continuing on this organization, you are fully capable. I know that you all are full of the zest and the patriotism and the love for freedom that he was. So take it and run with it.
Don't let the haters scare you tonight. That's what they wanted by this act.
Absolutely.
Stand up to them and punch them back in the mouth. Yeah. All right, a guy that's good at punching truth in the mouth every day. We love him. Grant Stinchfield, my good friend. Up next, we're going to hand off to him, and we're going to take a little bit of time to think about Charlie. Good.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison. About a year in prison. 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison. J6ers have been treated like terrorists. And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. Sadly, I knew that this day would come. I always did. That I would have to start a show, guys, telling you a lunatic assassinated one of my friends. Well-known conservative friends, simply for being a voice of reason, simply for defending American values and reason. Today, they shot Charlie Kirk, murdered him in front of thousands of college students. College students he dedicated a life of saving from leftist indoctrination. It could have been Dan Bongino, Benny Johnson, or even Steve Bannon. It could have been me or any of the other hosts here on RAV, but today it was Charlie Kirk. Today, it was Kirk. Yesterday, it was President Trump. Who's tomorrow? I've sat on stage with Charlie Kirk too many times to count. I don't just consider him a friend and a colleague. I consider him an American hero and one of the most smartest, well-schooled men I know. Now he's gone, leaving behind a young, beautiful family. I pray for all of them. So it's no secret that Charlie died today doing what he loved.
So do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Moments later, they would take his life. See, he was there debating young, confused students at Utah Valley University, changing a few hearts and minds along the way. That is until that one lone shot rang out. The moment I saw the video, I knew that he could not be saved. Today, not only am I devastated for the Kirk family, for this country, but I am angry, enraged, really, left-wing Marxists parading as pundits, just as early as yesterday, vilified Charlie as a racist, all but egging on would-be shooters to take him out. CNN got their wish. Listen to me, and listen to me carefully. Democrats no longer get to claim Republicans are the violent ones. The facts just do not support that fake news bullcrap anymore. Today's Democrat Party is the party of violence, and every single American who calls himself a Democrat ought to be embarrassed by and disgusted with the radicals who encourage these assassins. The reality is, sometimes I think they want a civil war. Civil war, folks, is the last thing I want. But if it ever comes, God bless them all. I've been trained not to ever say this, but I've always known it. So here it goes. I'm mad, folks, and I'm angry, and I hope they take notice. They don't stand a chance against us. So here's the real deal. Let's return this nation to peaceful discourse. Do you hear me, Democrats? And keep on track, making America great again. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Charlie Kirk. Doing that is exactly what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. Now, I actually believe this may go far deeper than just some deranged leftist lunatic. It appears to me, after watching this video that was sent to me from people on the ground in Utah, that there was a shooter on the roof. And Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, has announced there is a shooter in custody. Watch this video sent to me.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying.
After what happened with President Trump and a shooter on the roof, people aren't speaking out that they saw someone running on the roof. There's this video, it's hard to see, but if you look real closely as the camera pans across, you'll see someone running on the roof. Roll that cut. I believe it's 31. Watch the roof. Very, very closely, you can see someone run on the roof. We've got a still frame of that picture. If you could throw that still frame up there of the guy on the roof. Very small to see, but he's there. Then, to make me lose even more hope in Democrats in this country, our friend Lauren Boebert, the Republican Congresswoman from Colorado, asked for a moment of prayers and silence on the floor of the House of Representatives. Watch how this goes down.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
No. You're not going to say prayers for Charlie Kirk? I'm telling you, folks, if there was a leftist pundit, fine. Take a moment of silence on the House floor for that leftist pundit. Have some respect for the other side. The left doesn't have any respect for the other side, which is why I have little respect for them now. This, of course, is the radical leaders. I'm not talking about every Democrat out there. But every Democrat out there ought to really take solace in the fact of what's going on with their party. And it's not really solace they should take. They should take embarrassment with what's going on with their party. I'm so angry right now. I really am. And it's hard to process this whole day. Charlie Kirk was a longtime friend of mine, as he was with most of the hosts on Real America's Voice, including my buddy John Solomon, who's been covering this all day today. John, in many respects, I apologize to ask you to come on tonight after you've been covering this all day long. I know Charlie was a friend of yours, but I'm grateful to have you on tonight, John. I really am.
Thank you. I'm always grateful to be on your show, Grant. You do such a great job. We're all got a big loss in our life. There's a hole in our heart that's never going to be filled again. It's called Charlie Kirk. But I think you just hit on something that is so important. We, for most of our time, could agree to disagree without firing bullets, without showing the obnoxiousness of what you just showed on the floor of the House. But we have a part of the country today that can't applaud for a cancer-stricken young children who gets honored during a congressional speech because he might be associated with Donald Trump. We can't mourn the loss of a 31-year-old dad who was just a good old-fashioned American because he had conservative values. We can't salute police officers who do in the line of duty what they do. We have a group of people in America that are exhibiting the most downright un-American, anti-American traits I could imagine. They make some who ran the Soviet Union or the Chinese gulags look like they're in our country. And until we get a grip on this, until we repudiate it, not with a day or a moment or an arrest, but until we repudiate it day in and day out, we're not going to get a grip on this. Almost a majority of young people, close to a majority of young people, believe political violence is now justifiable. How, in God's name, did our school system produce that? And if we don't start speaking out every day, every hour, we are putting this country at risk. Just like the men and women who answered the war of World War II, answered the bell and went and fought tyranny and hatred and intolerance in Europe, those who fought in Afghanistan and Iraq after 9/11, our generation needs to have a response that is as powerful and as overwhelming as our prior generations delivered to intolerance. And I fear that we'll mourn Charlie Kirk for a few days and then we'll go back to accepting this insanity. It is time to lay down a gauntlet and say, we're not going to tolerate this anymore. If you hate America, don't run for mayor of New York. If you salute terrorists, get out of the damn country and go join them somewhere else. But it's time to start punching back against this hatred and intolerance. The speech is fine. The sentiments we have to stop.
Yeah, John, we sure do. And as I think about what happened here, and I think about Charlie, and I think about visions of you sitting next to him at a CPAC event on a Real America's Voice couch, this could have been any conservative commentator. They went after Charlie. He's one of the loudest, most powerful voices, most certainly. But I think they wanted to silence us. This is their goal. And if they can't silence President Trump by killing him, if they can't silence Charlie Kirk or John Solomon by killing him, sorry, John, then they want to just silence the others and make sure that we shut up. I'm not shutting up. I know you're not shutting up. This is only going to make us all louder, John.
Yeah, that's right. And listen, we don't know yet whether this is a domestic political person, a terrorist, or a foreigner, and I think that's a very important thing. I noticed the pause in the answer with law enforcement at the news conference when they asked if there's foreign intelligence, and there was a long pause before they said that we can't answer that question. We're going to keep an eye on who it is, but whoever did this was trying to silence a voice of freedom, a voice of liberty, a voice of Americanism, a voice of faith. And all of us who have our voices have got to stand up in unison and say, we ain't going to be cowered by you cowards. And I think we're doing that tonight on this network, and you do it every day when you get behind that mic, Grant. And this great network has given such voice to Charlie and to Jack and to Steve and to all our great colleagues. And I know one thing about the lineup I'm involved in. There ain't nobody on this network that's leaving tomorrow saying, I'm afraid to come back on air and fight. And that makes me proud to be with all of you guys.
Last question for you, John, and I'm just as proud to be with you, and this is a huge loss for Charlie's family, of course, America, and of course, Real America's Voice, with the time that he fills here, and really part of a family, and we all are family on this network.
Irreplaceable.
You see the video that I showed that was sent to me of what appears to be someone on the roof. If it was someone on the roof, this tends to tell me that this was most likely well planned. It's more of a difficult roof to get onto than where President Trump was, where the guy's walking around with a step ladder. And if it was well planned, then I worry it could be something foreign, trying to sow chaos in America and wanting to push us into civil war, why we have to be very careful about this. I'll give you the last word on that, John.
Yeah, what I told Steve at 5 o'clock, I think is turning out to be true. This shooter was at a higher altitude, aimed, and was able to hit someone in the throat, which is very hard to do. Now, might have been aiming for the head and got off, but there's also a think that he may have been aiming for the throat specifically because of Charlie's extraordinary voice. The person dressed in all dark clothes that matched the color of the roof to make him very hard to spot. They were in a parapet shooter's position when they fired the shot. There is some element of professionalism here. Now, doesn't mean it's a hired gunman, but someone who knew how to handle a weapon and knew how to handle an assassination, and that should trouble all of us. The good news is we believe we've caught this person in just a very short period of time. And I suspect that we are going to turn up every stone. Marlon Stutzman, the congressman from Indiana, just said on our show, he's very concerned that there's a foreign element to this and that there's still an undiscussed foreign element in the Butler assassination of Donald Trump. And given that they were both potentially rooftop shooters, I think we need to do a lot of reporting in the next few days to get answers on this, but also keep pressing. We have not gotten the transparency the American public deserves on Butler, and I'm hoping we can press for that as part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if there's anybody who can do this kind of reporting, John Solomon, it is you. Thank you for coming on tonight, and God bless you too, John. I appreciate you coming on for sure, and the honor is most certainly mine. This is Congressman Wesley Hunt talking about this, Cut 19.
And we have got to stop the violence that we are seeing ravaging this country. We have got to stop political violence. And Senator Kennedy is exactly correct. The second the hate enters your heart to this extent, to where we are literally murdering our fellow Americans, means that we have a serious problem in this country. And at the end of the day, no matter how you feel, no matter what your thoughts are, if we can't disagree without trying to murder each other, then by God, this is not the America that I fought for.
Put very, very well there. Now, there were literally thousands of people there. One of those people is running to be the next governor of Utah, as a Republican, of course. His name is Phil Lyman. He's been on the program before. Phil, welcome back to the show. We welcome you to the program.
Hey, Grant. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing this on such short notice. Why don't you tell me where you were, what you heard, and your thoughts now, being able to assess this, just a few hours after an assassin took the life of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a whirlwind. I drove up this morning to Orem and got there and went down and met Charlie as he arrived, and we spoke for a few minutes back behind, and the crowd was crazy, and it's a bunch of college students, and it was really exciting, and I appreciated the chance to just take a second with Charlie and tell him thanks for coming to Utah. Then I went out and as he was throwing hats and stuff, there was a young man there who was handicapped, and I motioned to Charlie and said, "Hey, over here," and he brought a hat over and handed it directly to him, and it warmed my heart. And I just watched the good man that he is, and his energy, and he's connecting with those kids. And then after he started speaking, I thought first I needed to meet a couple of other people. So I went up top, and as I went clear up to the top up on the balcony there, and I was kind of walking, I thought, okay, I'm going to go into the building. I was trying to get some video of Charlie up there too. I'm going to go into the building and see if they're in here. As soon as I went through the door, I heard this loud bang, and I turned around and looked at the person who was standing outside the door, because I thought it came from there, like 10 feet away. And she was looking a little confused too, and everybody's kind of looking around. And then I saw some commotion, and people started running into the building. So I ran out, thinking I am very, very close to where this happened. And my only conclusion after looking around is that the person I determined had to be on the roof right above us, because it just was not very, there was nothing else that made sense. And I couldn't picture someone in that crowd being able to pull out a high-powered rifle and make a kill shot, a single shot. And as I learned the details of that, I thought that person's on the roof, and this was not settling an argument. This was not a disgruntled attendee. This was somebody who knew how to assassinate a person, and they did it. So I think the idea that foreign entities are involved would be much more plausible than that it was a hate, somebody that hates Charlie Kirk's the way he challenges people's beliefs.
Yeah, when I saw, and I'm not showing the video of Charlie's moment that he died, it's just too graphic for TV, and nobody should have to look at it if they don't want to, and I'm not going to force it on people watching this here. But when I saw it, as a gun guy working for the National Rifle Association, being around guns a long time, I knew it was a high-powered rifle, because the way it took out Charlie's neck and the damage it did instantly, there was no way that was a 9mm handgun. And it sounded like it came from a ways from where the video that I saw. So it makes sense. I'm glad they are in custody. That is a good thing. After you went down and out of the building, were you in and amongst the students? And maybe just real quick for me, if you can, explain to me how the students were reacting to all of this.
Well, so I ran back down to the front of the place where the college students, the volunteers that were helping to put this together, and just to confirm, what did you see? And they were all just distraught and telling me about the shot to the neck and the blood and just how horrible that is. And so, and then I ran into one of Charlie Kirk's folks who said that they thought they had apprehended the shooter. We found out later that was not the case. But yeah, very sad, very, very sad. And then going out to the just with the people out in the front of the parking lot and stuff, just a real feeling of sadness. I have family that live right next door, So I went over to my family, some of my relatives' home where I parked my car, and we were talking about this, and then we look out the back, and there's a lot of military style people in the yard, like right in the backyard, circling the house with their guns, and looking at the bushes,
the response was very big, and there was law enforcement on scene right away, and I know he had security there, did everything they could do to try to save him. Phil Lyman, I appreciate you coming on the program tonight. Good luck with your race for governor in Utah, and thank you, sir.
Well, that was actually 2024. We'll see what's happening in 2028. But yeah, thank you, Grant. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Phil. All right. You know, I just wanted to say something about Charlie. I've known him for probably a decade. We didn't always agree on everything. In fact, I was just having an argument with my son about making him go to college. And he says, Dad, Charlie says I don't need to go to college. These are the kind of conversations that Charlie invoked in households across America. I'm grateful for him for that. I want to show you this clip, number 16, of him and his family and really what Charlie was all about. And that was family. It was so important to him and saving America.
Well, I would say you need to understand the biblical role of the father. When it comes to your child, you are tasked to protect them both physically, spiritually, and emotionally, and really outside the house and obviously in other ways as well. Quality time is everything. You're not above any of the duties or the tasks or the roles. And it comes with a lot of responsibilities.
Well, it's so true. And I'm struck by those words because we couldn't protect him. And I hope whoever did this, apparently he's in custody, gets to meet his maker some point soon. I want to bring in now my co-host out on the Morning Answer on AM 870 in Los Angeles. Jennifer Horn is with us. She knew Charlie as well. Jen, you and I did many events with Charlie. He's a Salem radio colleague. Of course, he's a Real America's Voice colleague of mine here. I just have to ask you, you knew him well. Your thoughts now that this man is actually dead?
I am still kind of in shock. I am sad. I am angry. I'm disgusted. You know, what Charlie Kirk was, and we knew very well. I mean, actually, the funny story, Grant, you and I have been doing radio together for the last, 5 years now. But before you came to the station, they actually had Charlie Kirk sitting in your chair, and we co-hosted the Morning Answer together. And during that time, I got to really see Charlie for really the person that he was. And I think what always struck me about him was he had this innocence, but he was so intelligent at the same time. And he always had this real curiosity to try to figure out how other people were thinking. And it just struck me today that he's doing what we should all be doing. He was a happy warrior who was a husband, who was a man of faith, and who was unafraid to just talk to people and have civil discourse. And yet that made him a target for someone, some lunatic, some paid assassin, who knows who this guy is, but that made him a target. And we talk about loving free speech, and we talk about having open dialogue, and we talk about all of those things. And someone hated him enough, this good man who you may have disagreed with his politics. I'm not saying I agreed with 100% of the stuff that Charlie Kirk would say, but he was happy to have a conversation with you about it. He never got angry. He was very smart, whip smart, of course, and he could have these debates with you, but he wasn't the guy that was angry or throwing stones at other people. He would actually have a civil conversation. And for that, he was a target. And I am so sickened today by the Tim Wallses of the world who were laughing about Donald Trump being dead. And I'm sick of the late night comics. And I think that we need to make sure that it's Charlie's legacy. We start doing better as a country and dial it down, because you're keying people into thinking that this is somehow making them a hero to take away these two babies' dad for the rest of their lives. I hope that's the legacy of Charlie Kirk, is to bring us back together again in some way.
You know, I will tell you, it's made me take an assessment of who I am surrounded by. And having John Solomon on first, a terrific friend of mine, just a fabulous guy, you, and getting to work with you. Today is one of the first days, I'll tell you, I've been mostly at a loss for words. I don't know what to say anymore. I mean, and anger has basically taken over my emotions here, and it's been really, really difficult. So I'm grateful you're able to come on. You know, you talked about the left, and this is what makes me so angry. Real quick, if you can play MSNBC's Katie Tur. Instead of just taking a step back for a moment, this is how they talk about Charlie Kirk on the day he died.
Charlie Kirk is a divisive figure, polarizing, lightning rod, whatever term you want to use. Why?
Well, he's one of MAGA's most prominent voices online. He hosts a near daily podcast.
Divisive, polarizing. The New York Times headline called him a right-wing activist. Right-wing, and it can't be a conservative influencer. I mean, this is how polarized we are as a nation, Jen. Something has got to change. Otherwise, Charlie Kirk is not going to be the last. They're going to come for more of us, I promise you, and it's not going to end well.
A story you may not have heard yet is that the Reagan Library, which is just up the street, up the road from our radio ranch here in Los Angeles, they canceled Ben Shapiro's event tonight. I don't know if it was Ben. I know that he was friends with Charlie Kirk, if there was a security risk. I mean, this is terrorism at its core. The goal of the left is to try to shut down strong conservative voices. And so today, I say to you, do not be quiet. Don't be afraid. Continue the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Don't let his death be in vain. And let us continue to speak the truth and continue to fight. And that's the only thing we can do to honor him. I was talking to Michael Reagan today, and he said, you know, this is going to be our generation's Robert Kennedy. And I think he's right, except more powerful, perhaps.
Amen to that. Look, I'm sure it's out of Ben Shapiro's hands. There's no way you'd get me to cancel an event, because that means they silenced us. That means they won. And so it's a tragedy that they canceled that event. They should have gone on with it, in my humble opinion, and added more security and did whatever they could do to secure it. But this was the very day where we need to show them that we will not be silenced. Jennifer Horn, thank you, as always. I will talk to you and see you in the morning on AM 870 out in Los Angeles. 9 to 12 Eastern time. You can find us on Rumble, besides the radio, 6 to 9 in L.A. All right. We are keeping an eye on this. We'll hear an FBI agent's perspective on how the investigation will move forward now.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Well, folks, we continue to cover the death of my friend Charlie Kirk. He was a colleague and he was a special guy, and truthfully, this man was an American hero. Murdered by an assassin, quite possibly on a rooftop. It looks like there's a lot of evidence pointing in that direction. And so if this is the case, I believe this may go far further than just some deranged leftist lunatic. This could have been plotted and planned out. I've got the deep state I want investigated. I've got CIA ties I want investigated. I've got Chinese CCP ties that I want investigated. All of these things are in my mind if I'm an investigator. No one is ruled out as a suspect until I can rule them out. Do you hear me? No one. No entity, no foreign enemy, no leftist lunatic. They are all in my circle until we can rule each one out one by one. This was the video that I had gotten just moments before the show of someone spotting someone on a roof. Let's roll that.
Get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying.
It's not an easy roof to get on. You don't use a stepladder like they did in Butler, Pennsylvania. So where does the FBI go from here? They say they have a suspect in custody. That's a good thing. I want to bring in now to discuss former FBI special agent and counterterrorism expert, John Guandolo is with us. John, welcome back to the show.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
All right, John, I know it's early, and I know speculation is never great, but what do you make of this from an FBI perspective, from an investigatory perspective? Where do you go from here?
Well, so there are, basic investigative techniques that are going to be followed. And the investigators on the ground are obviously going to be canvassing for witnesses, canvassing all the videos and all that to nail down the suspect. But if I might, I'd like to back out a little bit and say my concern is what it's been for a long, long time, is that in the FBI and certainly in state and local law enforcement, there is no understanding of how to put an event like this into the broader war that America is engaged in. And that makes the investigative process very difficult, because things that would be reasonable facts that go towards reasonable suspicion and probable cause are not even being considered, and avenues are not being pursued because of the lack of understanding. And if I might, just for 30 seconds, dig down a little bit. America's engaged in a real war, and we use all kinds of things to words and phrases to define it. But there is an identifiable communist movement and an identifiable Islamic movement that are working at the ground level across the United States. Now, this is going on elsewhere, like in Europe as well. But we know who these entities are. We know who the organizations are. We know the way they do propaganda, the way they communicate. And I just put something out a few days ago on social media that this month, right now, a huge number of communist and jihadi organizations are hosting almost every day during September strategic meetings to talk about how and when to go kinetic, like mass operations inside the United States. And these are the kinds of things that precede those things. And the shooting at the Minneapolis Catholic School is also potentially one of those cascading events. But if you don't know any of that, and you don't understand these movements and the organizations that are a part of these identifiable movements, as a matter of fact and evidence, then this is just some guy who's a quote unquote conservative, hack gets shot on a college campus, and it's only a murder investigation, and it ends there. So the things you brought up at the beginning that might actually have a play in this, we don't even look there because we have no idea what this is.
All right. Certainly the FBI has gone one direction. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino trying to bring it back. They focused on right-wing extremism as the greatest threat to this nation, which was a ridiculous thing to focus on, took up a lot of agents' time. So I believe that if you were to kill someone like Charlie Kirk, a possible motivation would be, if you were an Islamic terrorist, to sow chaos in the United States. That we see what happened on the House floor when Lauren Boebert asked for prayers for Charlie Kirk, and you got Democrats booing and saying no. People on the street or at their offices arguing with each other over something like this. Do they want to spark a civil war for us, whether it's jihadist, whether it's the Communist Party of China? Could that be a possibility here? It sounds to me like what you're telling me is the answer is yes.
No, the answer is absolutely yes. The communist movement, I mean, we look at, just rewind 5 years. I've run into a lot of people, smart, I would call them patriotic people, that are not aware BLM was created by the largest Chinese Communist front group in the United States. It never was anything but that. And these other organizations, these other communist organizations like Answer and Code Pink and Unity of Fields, a Hamas organization that works directly with these national communist groups, the DSA, Communist Party USA, RevCom. I mean, it's endless. And at the ground level, they're working together. Yes, I guarantee you, Charlie Kirk, much like the operation in Butler, Pennsylvania, these are not quote unquote lone wolves. These are coordinated operations. We know that at the international level, these things are being coordinated to the point in both of these movements. Well, let me put it this way for your audience. It might even be the simplest way, is what's going on in the United States are hostile foreign powers like China, like Iran, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, are using these networks that they control in the United States to run these operations. So we keep treating this like it's a one-off, like these are wingnuts, like Democrats are just crazy and they're incompetent. They're not. They're very well organized. And the Democrat leadership is the leading edge of this communist movement. So the fact that this is not merely politics, this is a war.
Here's what I take solace in. That Kash Patel is at the helm. If anybody knows that this could be a possibility, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino do. You may have some other agents in there that are oblivious to it all, but those two guys do know that. And I hope they listen to what you're saying, because I do think this is really all a strong possibility that needs to be vetted out. John Guandolo, thank you for your service to this country as a former FBI agent, and certainly thank you for coming on the program tonight.
Thanks for having me on, Grant.
Absolutely. I mean, that's absolutely chilling, folks, when you think about it. And you know that they're going to want you to think, all right, it's a leftist lunatic. And it may be. But it could be far deeper than that. You know, he named CCP and jihadists, Chinese Communist Party and jihadists. Deep state, do not rule them out either. They are so angry with President Trump. They want chaos from all of us. And certainly, if you want chaos, killing Charlie Kirk is a good way to cause it. It really is. All right, we'll be back. Up next, we're going to talk a little bit about something Charlie Kirk would want us talking about, and that is that young lady killed in North Carolina.
Sometimes business travel takes you to Chicago, Amsterdam, Los Angeles, New Delhi, Tel Aviv, or Tokyo, and sometimes to Count of Air. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a Limo. Any car, anywhere.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back, everyone. I'll tell you what, Charlie Kirk would want us still talking about Irina, the young lady killed in North Carolina. Irina Zarutska, on your screen right there, killed by a deranged animal, 14 times arrested, 4-time felon. Well, apparently he was recorded by his own family saying this from inside jail after being arrested for the murder of that beautiful young lady. Listen.
The material, put it like this, the material used my body to stab the lady.
And so she just got stabbed.
Yeah. You know that's not me. I'm talking about just for no reason. But since they did that, now they got to investigate the material my body is supposed to. Since they want to do all that, now they got to investigate.
The material in his body killed her? It wasn't me, it was the material in my body. Clearly mentally ill, unless he's faking it. Either way, I really don't care. I want him to have the death penalty. I really do. Many say, oh, let him rot in prison. It's worse punishment. Let him go meet God. Run the next clip of him.
She's from the Ukraine. She's from Russia. And, you know, they got a war. They had a war going on against the United States. So I'm just trying to understand, out of all people, why her?
That's, hey, it ain't, I don't have nothing. They just lashed out on her. That's what happened. They lashed out on her. Whoever was working the material, they lashed out on her.
He's deranged. The material in his body. All right, no secret that he was deranged. You know who else is deranged? This Judge Stokes who let him go. I call her a judge. She doesn't even have a law degree. Do you believe you can have a judge in a city like Charlotte, North Carolina, with no law degree, appointed by a diversity, equity, and inclusion clerk, apparently? This is Congressman Mark Harris.
Well, these magistrates, as I understand, are somewhat appointed. I mean, she's not even elected. She's appointed, if I understand correctly, by a clerk. And I think you've got to just follow the line and look from there to the clerk that appointed her. I assume that clerk has the responsibility for the individuals that she appoints to serve as these magistrates. And again, where did the breakdown occur?
The breakdown occurred the moment she was appointed, and this is a real problem with all of these judges. I want to bring in now to discuss this former U.S. Navy JAG officer, former special assistant to the United States attorney, and 2026 Republican Senate candidate for North Carolina, Don Brown, is with us. Don, it's great to have you back on the program.
Grant, thanks for having me. I've got a little air traffic in the background. I hope it's not too bad. It's a hard day. I didn't know Charlie that well. I did spend some time with him. If the leftists think that Charlie Kirk's death is going to slow us down, we're coming at you harder than ever. We're going to draw upon his life. And I'm praying for his wife and his kids tonight. And it's a hard day for us, but we're going to come out stronger, and we're going to dedicate our work to him.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. We're not going to let this silence us. I will ask you this. You're in North Carolina. How does a woman who doesn't have a law degree become a judge?
Well, it is a flaw in the legal system in North Carolina. These magistrates are appointed for political reasons. As my friend Mark Harris pointed out, they're not elected like regular district court or superior court judges, or even Court of Appeals and Supreme Court judges are in North Carolina. They're not appointed by the legislature. It is a political plum job. And obviously, this particular magistrate is highly incompetent. And this individual, this murderer, this thug, had been, on a revolving door released 14 times. This is a big problem. North Carolina has the death penalty, but no execution has been carried out since 2006. That is a travesty. We got to get out to carrying out these executions swiftly and publicly. And the city of Charlotte is to blame a lot here too, Grant. I have to tell you, this light rail system has become a cesspool and a magnet for criminals and thugs. When it was put in back when Pat McCrory, the Republican mayor, when I moved to the Charlotte area in the early mid-90s, there was a 6-5 Republican majority on the city council. That's gone to hell in a handbasket. Now the Democrats have taken police officers off this light rail. There aren't security officers. You have thugs getting on the light rail in downtown and coming out in suburbia. And I've called on President Trump, and I'll do this again, Mr. President, send the National Guard in to stabilize this cesspool of a Charlotte light rail. Put a soldier on every train. If Charlotte cannot get its act together and man those cars as police officers within the next 60 days, it should be shut down. We got to protect our people, and we got to get tough on crime. We can't put up with this bull type of situation we have with political appointees who don't know what they're doing serving as magistrates.
Well, I'll tell you what, President Trump and the National Guard will have their work cut out for it, because it's not just Charlotte, North Carolina. It's probably the top 25 blue cities across America need the National Guard called in. And notice I said they're all blue cities. Don Brown, I wish you the best of luck in your race for the Senate in North Carolina. Thank you for coming on tonight.
Thank you, Grant. We appreciate you. God bless. Hang in there, brother.
Absolutely. You too, sir. And we appreciate you coming on. Again, I watched 7 minutes of this video of her being killed. It did take bystanders a minute and 20 seconds roughly to render her aid. I don't think it was that they didn't want to help her. I think they didn't understand what had happened. It was virtually silent the way he stabbed her and slit her throat. Very, very sad. All right, up next, Real America's Voice White House correspondent Brian Glenn with his reaction to the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. Something shocking is happening with gold that the mainstream media won't report. Paper contracts for gold rarely result in physical delivery. But today, billionaires and major banks are demanding actual gold bars at 10 times the normal rate. Why the panic for physical gold? These institutional giants understand our $37 trillion debt means we're on a path to currency collapse. The good news, you can make the same move. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group lets you move your IRA or 401k into gold. To learn more, click below to get a free info kit on gold. Throughout history, gold has endured where currencies failed. Right now, the biggest players in the finance industry are proving this time won't be different. Click below for your free info kit from Birch Gold and diversify your savings now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
You know, folks, I think I'm a lot like all of you when it comes to the death of Charlie Kirk now, the assassination. I'm gutted. I really am. I'm at a loss for words tonight. I'm not on my game. I apologize for that. I really do. But I want to send a message to those on the left. I don't know if this was a left-wing lunatic who killed him. It could have been a foreign entity. It could have been deep state, CCP. I don't know. But I do know this. Leftist so-called pundits encourage this crap. Just yesterday, CNN was vilifying Charlie Kirk as a racist, all but encouraging and egging on leftists to take him out. This is Van Jones. He ought to be ashamed of himself.
And for Charlie Kirk to say, we know he did it because she's white, when there's no evidence of that, it's just pure race mongering, hate mongering. It's wrong. Then he says that if something like that had happened the other way, there would be sweeping changes imposed on society. Where is the George Floyd Policing Act? It didn't pass. Even when you had a white police officer murdered.
He's mad because what Charlie said is true? Yes. That kind of rhetoric, calling people names like racist. I know Charlie personally. He's not a racist. I can tell you that much. I want to bring in now someone else who knows him very well, RAV Chief White House Correspondent, my other friend, Brian Glenn. Brian, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Grant.
Brian, I can't help but notice you were in Butler when President Trump nearly lost his life. Now we got Charlie Kirk. This could have been anyone. I just wondered how you're processing this.
Well, like others that have been following this story since it happened, I mean, our hearts are broken. There's no mistaking about that. I was on a flight coming back from Chicago with Attorney General Pam Bondi and RFK Jr. as they had a story about raiding a Chinese vape manufacturing plant when I got the news of that Charlie was shot. I am not only am I heartbroken, but Grant, I got to be honest with you. I'm not surprised because you see how toxic the left is towards conservatives, towards President Trump, towards Republicans in general. And I agree with you. We don't really know who was behind this assassination. But regardless of who it is, there's one thing that's clear. Charlie Kirk preached the gospel to youth, to young Americans, the youth of our country. He preached peace, love, compassion. He did it in a very articulate way that people would understand it. And they don't want that. So whoever's behind this assassination truly does not like this country. They aren't a follower of Jesus, and they simply want to eradicate us from this whole conversation. And I don't think, to be honest with you, and I walk past all of these people in front of the White House almost every day. They don't want a conversation, Grant. They want to shut you down. They want to shut you up. And I think Greg Gutfeld on the 5 earlier today said it best, and I'm not going to drop the F-bomb, but if they think that this is going to make us go away, they got another thing coming. Yeah. We're going to be stronger after this, and God bless Charlie Kirk's family, two kids. It's just heartbreaking. It really is, Grant.
Yeah, it really is. I don't think it's going to silence anybody out there. And I'll tell you, I try to put myself in the other side's shoes often to see how I would react compared to them. If this was reversed and a left-wing pundit was killed, they would be wishing it's a Make America Great Again person, wearing a red hat. You know, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, Brian. I'm not hoping it's anybody, whether it's a jihadist, whether it's a left-wing Kamala Harris supporter, I just want them caught. I'm not hoping it's anybody. They hope because they always want the story. And I'm sick of them wanting the story at the expense of people's lives. And they're willing to take people's lives, I think, and many times, and encourage people to take lives for the story. And I give you the last word.
I agree with you. And I'm still got questions on Thomas Crooks, who attempted to shoot President Trump. I've got questions across the board in regards to this, and I'm with you. Regardless who it is, I want accountability, but let's just put every conservative, every influencer, every TV host, anybody that's in this MAGA movement, that's in a public eye, put your head on a swivel and protect yourself.
Yeah. You know, the saddest part of all of this, and I was talking about this, Brian, is even if Charlie had his head on a swivel, even if he was carrying a firearm, he wouldn't have seen it coming. I mean, if they're going to come and get you, they're going to come and get you. As what happened to President Trump, he had God's hand on him. Charlie has God's hand on him now, and that I know. Now, Brian Glenn, thank you, my friend. It's always good to see you.
Grant, God bless. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, folks, final thoughts on all of this. Just a horrible day in the conservative world. It really is. We're back in a flash.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Welcome back, everyone. Sad day. I don't need to tell you that. My New York Yankees, I'm proud of them. Look what they did tonight.
2 children is 31 years old. 2 children.
It's a quick video, but Charlie Kirk on the Jumbotron, 31 years old. And then President Trump truthed out this today. In honor of Charlie Kirk, a truly great American patriot, I am ordering all American flags throughout the United States lowered to half-mast until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. I'll tell you what, I still can't believe that I'm not going to see Charlie. I'm not going to talk to him, do an event with him, sit on a stage with him again, go on his program, him come on mine. Whew. It is a tough day, to say the least. But we move forward because that's what we do. We're Americans and we'll stay tough, and we pray for his family. Stinchfield's Army rolls. We'll see you tomorrow.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
He is a voice of reason out there that has been gunned down for daring to be an American, to tell the truth, to believe in free speech, and to believe in this country.
Charlie loves his family dearly. He loves his country dearly.
Please pray for the Kirk family. This is a really devastating thing that happened.
We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him.
He believed strongly that we could solve a lot of our differences with just a good old-fashioned conversation.
He was shot for speaking the truth. He was shot for speaking his mind. He was shot for defending the Constitution.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get here?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
My prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family.
I pray that his parents would feel that presence of the Lord that only the Lord can fill.
We cannot let all the great things that Charlie Kirk did be wasted because of some act of violence.
He didn't hate people. He didn't even hate liberals. He just hated intolerance. And it is a painful irony that he may have died at the hands of some intolerant person.
He was fighting not just for his own young children, but for all of our children.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk is a casualty of the political war going on in this country. He was gunned down in cold blood. Gunned down in cold blood. And you have to have steel to resolve it.
There's no playbook on how to do a show like tonight, especially when you speak every night 2 hours and then you find yourself speechless. Tonight we confront a moment of profound tragedy, a bright, vibrant life taken far too soon. At approximately 12:20 p.m. Mountain Time today, Charlie Kirk, just 31 years old, was assassinated while speaking at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. It was the kickoff of his American Comeback Tour, one of his signature Prove Me Wrong debates, where he stood, as he always did, engaging students with courage, conviction, and a passion for ideas. In an instant, a single gunshot silenced a voice that inspired millions. A cowardly act of violence that struck not just a man, but the very heart of our civic life. This was no mere attack. It was an assault on the foundational principle that ideas, not bullets, should settle our disagreements. Charlie Kirk was a warrior for truth, a leading voice in conservative politics, and a champion for a generation of young Americans. He died doing what he does best, standing before a crowd, honorably engaging his foes, and defending his vision for a stronger, freer America. President Donald Trump confirmed his death this afternoon, calling Charlie legendary and urging the nation to pray for his family. Flags across the country will fly at half-staff through Sunday in his memory. But there's no gesture that can capture the weight of this loss. Not for his beautiful family, not for the countless young people he inspired to stand up and fight for the timeless truths that we all know make this nation great. Charlie, by the way, was winning the debate. He was leading the charge to win back our culture. We've seen the advances. And for that, an unspeakable evil took his life. This was not just murder. It was an attack on every student who gathered there for civil discourse, on every champion of freedom, and on every American who strives peacefully to try to save this great nation. A man who, if you knew him and watched him, never raised his voice, who met every challenge with respect and reason, well, he was silenced by a movement and a satanic ideology that answers debate with death. Charlie Kirk was courageous, brilliant, compassionate, and powerfully honest. A strong Christian, he boldly proclaimed the gospel and loved our country deeply. He fought daily on the front lines against the lies and evil seeking to divide us each and every day. He died in battle, and we must honor him for the patriot that he was. We wake up in a different country tomorrow, one marked by this tragedy, but hopefully one that's not defined by it. This is political terrorism, make no mistake about it, and it will not win. Justice here must be swift. Charlie's legacy will endure in every young person he inspired, in every mind he awakened, and in every heart that continues his fight for truth. We will forever remember him, and we will honor him by carrying forward the torch that he lit. Tonight we mourn, tomorrow we fight. For Charlie, for freedom, and for the America that he loved. And like I said, there's no playbook on how to do a show like tonight. We're going to do the best we can. Slick's here, Rick Delgado, Paul Nolan, Aaron and Fran, as always. And we're going to have a bevy of guests to come on and talk about this unspeakable tragedy today that just shakes you to your core. It's hard. It's hard to even know that we're talking about this tonight. It's still not real to some of us. And what I found myself thinking about today before I welcome the other guys is I said, I only met Charlie, I think, once. And it was before this show was even on Real America's Voice. It was an early CPAC, I think around 2018, 19, something like that. And I thought, I didn't really even know this man, but yet felt to the depths of my soul today with grief that was unexplainable all day. And I think that says probably more about him than anything else. I felt like he was a brother. So, Slick, how are you?
Okay, Big Dig.
What did you, any thoughts you want to share now before we get to our guests? I don't.
Yeah, I just left a fundraiser for a bunch of young Republicans that are bringing up the local government in Islip and in the county. All these people are 30, 35 years old. They're all devastated. They're beyond devastated. They cannot not even get over what had happened. So, yeah, it was a heavy day, Big D. Very heavy day. Really impacted my wife, too. She was a tremendous fan of Charlie Kirk, which I don't think I ever shared on the show. She was such a big fan, supporter, loved his messaging, loved what he brought to the table. And, boy, it hit my home hard. I was just getting ready to start looking at prepping for the show. And, man, I mean, I just wanted to, like, shut down for the day. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's just, I don't even want to make comparisons.
Delgado? Give me your quick thoughts, because I want to get to the guests.
Stunned. Really can't say anything. He didn't have the opportunity or the pleasure of ever meeting Charlie, but like you and probably many others, got to know him through all the video clips that you'd always see him challenging people to the debate, and that's again what this country was built on. It's built on debate and challenging your thoughts and your beliefs with his. And, doing it in a respectful way. What you see here is what you always get when people like this, like a Charlie Kirk, come along, where they can't seem to be beaten in the arena of debate and ideas. People find a way to silence them, and it's sad and it's unfortunate. You feel for his young family. It's a young family. He was a young guy. I had no idea he was only 31.
Yeah,
31. 31, and again, when you see people that are threatened by words, that's when we end up suffering.
Paul,
you know what? You guys covered most of it. Your opening was outstanding. As a Christian, born again, I take comfort and solace knowing that he is at the right hand of the Father.
Yeah.
But like you, Rick, I come home, my wife just was tears and hugging me. And, to me, like, he wasn't, this guy was killed, like you guys said. I mean, he was a champion to liberty, to freedom, to God, to good values, to civility. He was shot and killed and assassinated today because he was making such a huge difference. I mean, he was changing the youth of America. And who do the globalists, who do the leftists, who do the people want more than anyone? They want the children. They're the most important part of their diabolical, satanic, demented plan. And, Charlie Kirk was just a beautiful soul, man. And I don't want to go too long, but, when you saw him on Bill Maher and you saw him on debates with PBD, with full-blown leftists, he never raised his voice. He always kept his dignity. He listened. His articulation to answer clearly and decently was unrivaled. He is a champion for good decency, and the internet lives forever. Charlie will live forever.
Well said. Aaron, let's go to our who do we have with us? And we're going to have a bunch of people join us. We've got Brian Glenn, I believe, in our Washington, D.C. studio with the great John Solomon. We've got Ben Berkwam. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And I know it's been a heavy, long day. Ben, Brian, John. John, if you don't mind, I'll come to you first. I guess, and I've seen what you've, most of the day, I've seen all the reporting you've done.
Yeah.
Is there anything new as we come on the air tonight at 11 minutes past 8 o'clock on the East Coast that you have learned or we should know?
Yeah, the couple pieces. They're still trying to figure out this shooter, who he was. He clearly was on a rooftop. He clearly was a long distance away outside the normal security perimeter. He was in a parapet position. He was dressed in the same color as the roof. So it was a man who appeared to have taken some time to think through and plot out this assassination. He was a decent shot. He hit Charlie in the chest of the vest, and then the bullet ricocheted from the vest up into the throat area, and that's what ultimately killed Charlie. There is some component of this that the FBI and authorities are looking at as foreign. That doesn't mean it will turn out to be foreign, but there's something that has led them down asking questions about any foreign involvement, just like they did with Butler. We don't know much what that is yet. We don't know the motive yet. I think we'll know more later tonight. I think there'll be a press conference around 10 or 11 Eastern time with an update, and that'll give us a little more information. I'll just say quickly, I've known Charlie for about a decade. I went to one of his earliest events. There were 200 kids. The last time I went to an event, there was like 10,000. I just couldn't believe in a decade what he did. I was with him 3 weekends ago in Colorado. The great Rob Sig asked me to go out and do something, and it's funny, I was kind of grumping, I don't want to go to Colorado on the weekend. And when I got there, I realized how blessed I was. This is way before I realized that Charlie was going to be taken from us today, because what he does is he inspires, and his defense of freedom, his passion. And at one point I said to him, hey, Charlie, I'm marveled at how much you moved the Zoomers, the Z generation, in politics. And he said, it's kind of profound. He says, I got to tell you, John, I don't want to put a hole in your balloon, but it's not that profound. It's kind of simple. I just realized that conservatives needed to have someone to stand alongside them to help them, so they weren't bullied into expressing their opinions. And that simplicity, that clarity of vision, that joyful warrior, and that stunning intellect, and that towering figure, because he really was tall. We've lost it, but we will not lose the essence of it. And they may have silenced his voice today, but they will never have silenced the movement for freedom that he began.
Yeah, amen to that. Brian Glenn, you, of course, were there on one of the darkest days in the history of this country back in July in Butler, Pennsylvania. So I know you weren't there today out there, but boy, similar sounds and just similar scene when you watched it on TV. Give me your thoughts on what we saw today.
Yeah, I was on a plane coming back from Chicago. I went out there with Attorney General Pam Bondi and RFK Jr. on a story about Chinese manufacturing on vapes. And after the press conference, we got on the plane, and it was shortly after that is when I got a text message from my son that had said Charlie Kirk got shot. And so we went on to further investigate it on social media and some other sources, and it was confirmed. Let me tell you something. This guy changed a generation of kids, youth, college-age kids, and we were just talking offline before we came on. He had such an elegant way of explaining things to our kids, and doing it in a very respectful way. And he would stand in front of the biggest critics. These people would get in front of the microphones and bait him with a bunch of hate, but he never took the bait, John. He never took it. He was respectful for everyone, and he truly will be missed. But I think we can all agree. His voice, Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action, everything that he was a part of, the MAGA movement, the Trump agenda, the America First, the Christian movement in this country is not going to stop. Matter of fact, I think it got much bigger today.
Yeah. John, I want to make tonight about Charlie, obviously, but I do want to catch some of the details here for the audience. I just want to go back to what you said. Your belief or your information is that Charlie was wearing a vest and the bullet hit the vest and then ricocheted up into his neck. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, that's what they're investigating. Again, you start with what you think you see on video, and you're looking at it. We'll learn more when they get to the forensics. The FBI lab will be there helping local authorities, but that's what I was told from a federal law enforcement officer, that's what happened. So that would mean the shooter was aiming for the body of mass, the center body of mass, and then the bullet just ricocheted up into the throat area. That's what I was told tonight. We'll see if that turns true. It's hard to tell from the video, so we don't know that. We are certain that the shooter was on a rooftop, and it was quite a ways away and was able to hit Charlie. And I think we're going to learn a lot more about that shooter, what motivated him, and if there are other perpetrators in this. We're going to learn more in the next few hours.
Ben Berquam, let me bring you in. As I said to Brian, we've all lived through a lot of violence in this country. Ben, I found myself at some point today thinking about this week with this poor woman in the train in North Carolina. And we talked about this the last couple nights about the actions of our fellow citizens there. And then seeing this today, I found myself at a point today where I said, this country is so sick right now. How do we get through this? When you look at the behavior of our fellow citizens, not only there, but here today with the reaction to this, give me your thoughts, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, similarly to what you expressed, Damon, when we started, there's just still a sense of numbness. I think about a guy like Rush Limbaugh when he died. He was a guy I grew up with, and I think about that impact that he had in my life. That same sense, you think about a guy like Charlie Kirk for this last generation. To John and Brian's point, he changed a generation. And I think about what he was doing today. The very thing that the left hates. Every time I go out to these protests, the left tries to silence their own side. I've seen it all this week. I'm out here in Chicago watching the left attack ICE and protest to protect criminals and protest in this evil soup of all these ideas that are terrible for America that they have accepted. And the irony is that they turn around and tell us that we're the haters and we're the bigots and we're the evil ones. And in reality, everything they stand for today is evil. And you look at a guy like Charlie who said, you know, I'm going to go into that fire. I'm going to go into the universities, and I'm going to go to where they're failing our kids. And the impact that one man had, started off as a kid, became a man, Charlie Kirk, the impact that he had, you know, Paul said it, the enemy, the devil, he comes after our kids. And what was two of his main focuses? Protecting the unborn and stopping the mutilation of our kids and the mental psychosis, the transgender mental illness of our kids. The devil did not like that. The devil does not like that. And the devil that's inside of so many people in America right now wanted to silence that. But I talked about it earlier today. Man, I really had a hard time. I was on the air when that official word came through, and I saw the shot, and as a hunter, it was clearly looked fatal when you saw it. But to have that official word come out, it was hard to get through it. But I think about the lives that Charlie touched and the countless lives. I pray for his family. I think about those kids, having young kids myself. That's my biggest fear. Every weekend I go out, just about every day, I'm in a place where it crosses my mind that my kids may not have a father someday. And it's the worst thought in my mind. And so I look at, and I pray through it and I pray against it. But I look at that now. I look at his kids who will have to live that life. And it breaks my heart. And I look at his wife and I think about my wife. And it breaks my heart. And I found myself, this morning I was kind of stressing about things. There's a lot of stuff going on in life, and I've got to do this, ride along, and I've got to, go on to this next spot and this next spot. And I didn't get much sleep the last few days, and I was getting anxious about life and annoyed about things, little things. And after this happened, it's this, numbness, but it was this weird calm that it's like, man, we waste so much time worrying about things that don't matter. And you think about the things that do matter. And I think about the impact that a guy like Charlie has. It will live forever. And it's not just going to live forever on the internet. It's going to live forever through every one of those seeds that he planted in those young people that will grow into adults, that will have their own children, who will have their own children, who will have their own children. And the ideas will transcend the generations. And that to me is, I thank God for Charlie. I thank God for the time that we had him. I wish we had more time with him. I'm shocked just like everybody else. But I thank God for a guy like Charlie. And I just pray that those seeds that were planted become trees across our nation for liberty. And that, to back to your point, Damon, where do we go? I mean, we are in such a divided place right now that we are either going to fall into civil war and this nation is going to crumble just like every other great nation has in the past, or we're going to defeat this evil and this cancer that's in our society. And it really comes down to us. Either we're going to stand up and say, I don't care what names you call me, like Charlie said, I don't care what you do to me, I'm going to continue to stand up for the values that I believe in regardless. And if we have a generation, I think this is a galvanizing moment. Sadly, it's one of the worst. But this is a moment where we say, I'm done. I'm done. You look at what happened in North Carolina, I'm done. You look at what's happening all across our country, I'm done. You hear what Governor Pritzker here in Illinois said today, blaming Trump, I'm done. You blame the guns, I'm done. CNN, MSNBC, I'm done. I'm done with the lies. I'm done with caring what you think about me. I'm going to stand up for the values that will protect this nation, my family, and glorify the God that made me and made me for a purpose. But I do pray for his family. I pray for his family because it's my biggest fear.
Yeah. John, I'll throw this out to all of you, and then I'll let the guys here ask some questions as well. But to Ben's point, You know, the message here is it's dangerous to speak your mind, right? That's the message that some want us to take away from that. And either you kind of take that message and crawl into a corner and shut up, or you do what Charlie would want us to do and kind of find some revigoration and go out there and speak about these things even stronger, right?
Our clarion call for tonight. We can't sit any longer and allow people to get away with the bullyism and the hatred and the intolerance and say, oh, that's just the left. It's time to end it. It's time to call out people like Matthew Dowd for his hateful and stupid comments today.
Yeah.
People don't invite to be killed. They don't. Not for speaking freedom, not for defending America, not for loving your children, your family, your country, your freedom. We have to speak up when a senator says the founding fathers were wrong, well, because they didn't believe our creator created us with unalienable rights of freedom. They're wrong. That story should get way more attention. Rob Sigg created this network, and we all work together, and we are a bullhorn, and we do a good job. We got to get the rest of our country moving in the same direction every single time. We got to play whack-a-mole. We no longer can tolerate hatred, division, and we need to stand up for America. We do not need to be ashamed of America. We do not need to renounce our freedom. We do not need to hide our faith. We do not need to fear when we walk outside that some crackpot will take a shot at us. The way we do that is by standing firm. And the World War II generation answered that bell, and they saved freedom for a generation. The men and women that came after 9/11, we're about to celebrate the 24th tomorrow of that extraordinary day where we really got suckered punch. I feel a little bit like 9/11 in a way tonight, but they answered the call. Our generation's call may not be a kinetic war. It may be fighting among our own people to root out those who wish to silence and harm us, and that's why I'm proud to be along this guy and that guy on TV.
Well, real quickly, if I can, I was just telling John, we were whispering just a few minutes ago, I said this is a time within our party. We have so many people that are so fractured on one side of the party, the other side of the party. We're arguing about percentages and debt ceilings and all this stuff. We're not our enemy. The left, the radical left, the person who shot Charlie Kirk, that's our enemy. So I'm calling for a truce within our own party. We have people that fight, that go tooth and nail at one another, like we're the actual enemies in our own party. We need to put those petty grievances aside and focus on defeating the left. And I hope today that let's just bury the hatchet. I don't want to name names on right now. But there's people in our party that all they do is attack other Republicans. We need to end that.
I tell a story. I told Brian I was going to tell the story. Now I'm going to tell him it on there because it's my favorite story. I'm going to force you to do it now. I only interviewed Ronald Reagan once, but he told me the story. It was a story about how he came to choose George H.W. Bush, who had been a vitriolic opponent of him in the 1980 primary. And then he picks him. He shocks the world when he picks George Bush. And he described about the importance he united the family, the party to go into the election and defeat Jimmy Carter. And I said, well, what happened? Like when you sit down with the guy who's been smearing you, what do you say to me? They said, oh, I had the perfect message. The morning after I told him I picked him as the vice president, we met for breakfast, and George Bush said to me, Governor, is there any advice you have for me when you go on the trail? And he said, George, you're a military man. I think you're going to understand this one well. If you're ever in a damn foxhole in the future and you pull the pin on a grenade, do not throw it on anyone but the other guys. And I think that was his way of saying we don't fight each other in a foxhole. The enemy's on the other side. And Ronald Reagan's wisdom still rings true almost 50 years later.
Yeah.
Good point.
A couple of the guys here have some questions too, Delgado.
Yeah. First off, guys, thank you for taking the time and joining us tonight. Let me ask you, and Ben, you kind of alluded to this earlier, you being really out front and center and on the ground for a lot of these things that you do, especially with the border where that's concerned. The three of you, after today, have you kind of sat back and kind of recalibrated, like, maybe I got to rethink, because we just don't know. As Dan Bongino used to say, you got to walk around with your head on a swivel. Are there any things that you're thinking, not that you'd share them, but at least are you recalibrating, like, maybe I should, change some things up, kind of, you know what I mean, in terms of just safety?
Well, it's something I think about, again, almost every day, and I pray about it. Lord, give me the wisdom to know where to go and where not to go, and what to say and what not to say. And there are many times where I'm in a position and it's only God's hand. There's a covering that I've felt that I can only describe as God's hand, God's angel armies going with me. And so I believe that everywhere I go, God leads my steps. And I also believe God has a time, and this life is finite. And so we are called for a certain number of days in this life. And within that time, the most important thing is that we get right with the Lord. And I thank God Charlie was, and I thank God I know where he is tonight, and we'll see him again. And so I go with that perspective, but I also do pray about, is this the place to go? Because not to be stupid, you don't just jump off a cliff and say, God, protect me. You follow his wisdom. And I do think about that. And in particular, as the violence, the rhetoric on the left increases, I get death threats. I don't talk about them, but I get death threats. I consider it. I pray about it. I speak to law enforcement. I wear my vest when I'm in places. I carry my gun as often as I can. Unfortunately, you come to a place like Chicago and you can't. Only the bad guys do. And but it's definitely something, and especially today. I mean, you can't not think about it even more. This is what the enemy wants. They want to kill us. And I hear it when I'm out at a protest multiple times a day. You can't not think about it. But I said it earlier today. There's a picture, and I don't know if the studio has it, but I started my journey after God turned my life around. And actually, I want to preface this real quick. So I was a drug addict, alcoholic, that wasn't sure if I was going to end up in prison or dead. I was addicted to crack at a point in my life almost 10 years ago. And God set me free. He broke my chains. And as soon as he did that, the fear of man, the fear of what I'm walking into, it's not gone. There's a lot of times where I'm still afraid, but God has given, it's this weird feeling like, man, God gave me a second chance at life. I was going towards death, and he gave me new life. And that idea, and also knowing where I'm going, it really empowered me to just say, okay, I'm going to continue walking down this path, but still understanding that, we're not called to be stupid. But when God turned my life around, I was back in Berkeley in 2017, the Battles of Berkeley, and it was the first time I went out there with my MAGA hat on. I walked out. Actually, my wife was 8 months pregnant at the time. We had our first daughter, Chloe, who was 6 years old at the time. I dropped them off to go shopping. I said, hey girls, I'm just going to go, interview some of these people, and I'll call you when I'm ready to get picked up. And an hour and a half later, I had to call them on somebody else's phone because I had been attacked, and I got attacked by Antifa. They stole my hat. They went running into the crowd. I ended up getting hit over the top of the head with a stick, the side of my ear. And the worst part about it was my daughter had to pick me up and see me with my bloody head. And I went home that weekend and I thought about it, and I prayed about it after getting stitches and going home. And I thought, man, is this even worth it? Is it worth taking the risk with these evil, evil people? Because I knew who they were then. Antifa, these guys, they're evil. They're demons. They're led by demons. They're people that are led by demons. And what I ended up deciding was, if I don't do this, they're going to have to do this. My children and my wife are going to have to do this. And as the husband and the father, the leader of my household, I can't not do this. I can't not stand up for them and for this community and for this nation. And so, no, it doesn't dissuade me at all. If anything, it just shows me how much more we need strong men to stand up in this generation who aren't cowards, who aren't afraid, who aren't cowards like the coward that hid on top of that building while Charlie Kirk engaged this generation to change hearts and minds, and this scumbag took that away. That evil and that cowardice has to be defeated, and it will only be defeated by brave men. And so I think about it, but if anything, it just drives me to say, okay, now we stand up even more, and we're going to defeat this enemy, and this is the enemy that's very, very clear right now.
Amen, Ben. Amen. We pray for you too. You are one of those men, all three of you. Paul?
You know, guys, first off, I never had the honor of meeting Charlie, but I was a big fan. So I know he's your friend, so first thing, I'm really sorry for you guys. I'm sorry for your loss. As a friend, on top of him just being a fantastic champion. And I think of this almost when I first saw it. My first reaction was the old me was this like an act of war, and then I thought, well, what do I know about war? The first casualty of war is the truth, and I started thinking about how the media and how the disinformation campaigns and how the speculation and how the algorithms, echo chambers of these biases, are gonna like divide people into these corners. I thought it was really great the way you guys said that we have to unite within MAGA, and I think that's so important. How do you guys battle, like when you're trying to like report on this real journalistic integrity that you guys have? How do you sift through the rubble? Can you guys speak to that at all? Because it's so relentless, the amount of nonsense that we have to like cut through. So if you guys could speak to that.
John?
Let's start with Brian. He does it every day in the White House, surrounded by people who are mistruthers. I mean, he does such a great job.
Yeah. It's incredible, really.
I get criticized for being Trump's pro-MAGA reporter in the White House, and I get questioned by a lot of foreign media, and I just tell them I ask questions that the American people have, and I talk about subjects that no one will talk about. I'll give you a great example. We talked about mail-in ballots, and President Trump put a truth out on that one day, so I followed up on the Oval Office about that, and of course he made a comment about it. So all I'm trying to do is talk about the stuff that people message me on social media. People come up and say, hey, what's the latest on this? That's all I'm trying to do. But I do have to work amongst people, and they are some of the worst of the worst. They could give a rat's ass right now about Charlie Kirk. They really can't. They're shedding no tears. Or the truth. They're shedding zero tears over this. I can assure you. I went to the White House as soon as I landed at Joint Base Andrews. I went straight to the White House. Not one person said hello to me. Not one person said, I'm sorry to hear about your loss, knowing that he was so close to the network. One person did. That's Daniel with OAN, who we have a personal relationship with. He's the only person that said one word to me. So that tells you all you need to know about the legacy media.
Hey, John, I know you have a busy night, and I know you got to go. But can I just ask you, number one, did you have a comment there on that?
I love what Brian said, because I think what makes this network so unique is that we're always connected to Real America's Voice, and we want to get the answers that the American people have. Too many journalists today live in an ivory tower, and they only care about what they talk about with each other. And what Brian does, the way he ciphers through all of the comments and to go in and maybe ask a question on behalf of the American people, that's what journalism used to be about. It's probably what Walter Cronkite did when he picked his stories for his network. He was a liberal, but he was kind of neutral as a journalist. I love the fact that this network, which had Charlie Kirk on it, which has the great Brian Glenn, and all of us here tonight. Well, what a great John Solomon. I'm only as good as my next door, so we'll see. But I love the fact that that's what motivates people on this network to go get the questions answered that the American people have, because the media used to do that, and somewhere in the last decade they stopped. They serve themselves, and it's time that we start serving the American people, and we serve them a healthy dose of truth again.
Yeah. And again, John, I want to make this about Charlie, but I do just want to be clear for the audience before you have to go. So right now, obviously, we have somebody in custody. You said they're looking into whether there's any foreign interaction or foreign connections. I've heard that they may still be on the lookout for maybe a second person of interest in this case.
Right.
But let me ask you this. Was this a typical, and I don't know if you know this, but was this a typical security setup for Charlie Kirk when he does these? Because when you look at the footage of where he was, the amount of people, the buildings, the roofs, the plateaus, I know he's got people directly around him, but was this a typical security setup for him?
It was by the interviews I've done this afternoon, because I asked that question. I think there is a couple changes. He's down in a pit area, which would allow an elevated shooter a better shot than normal. Now, if you're in a normal flat crowd, you got to shoot around people or through people, and it gets harder. But this was a scenario where being down in the pit made him a little bit more vulnerable to someone who's elevated on a rooftop looking down. So I think that's one piece of the puzzle that makes me think the shooter was doing some pre-thought about this. But he had a good compliment. I know of 9 officers, 3 plainclothes, 6 uniforms around. There was a security perimeter on there. Charlie's apparently wearing a vest. So his team has always been incredibly protective of him and good guys. I used to sit in my office when he'd come in, Brian and I, and the security guys would sit in our office. And they're a lot of fun, man. They're just good guys. But they cared about him. How do you stop a guy being able to shoot from 130 yards away in a parapet? I think you have to stop it by confronting hate, because you're never going to be able to find every security vulnerability in a situation. And I think the mayor and the police chief said, or the governor and police chief said some really smart things today. We got to confront this at where this assassination began, and that is with intolerance and hate.
Yeah, amen.
Well said. Yeah.
Gentlemen, I know you've had a long day. It's a heavy day. I just want to thank you all for the time. Ben, Brian, John, you're all great. We all pray for all of you. Yes, go ahead, Ben, of course.
So to the division point, and then to our audience, both things that Brian brought up. First, to the audience, there's a lot of people out there. The reason that they connect with us is because of the authenticity of this network, and in particular, people like Charlie. I go all over the country, and people would always ask me, who do you work for? What do you work for? I'd say Real America's Voice, and I'd throw out some names for the network, and it was always Charlie Kirk that people said, oh, I love him, especially young people. And we have an audience watching right now that's their heart's broken. And so my prayer is not just for Charlie's family, but for the audience that's watching. I'm thinking of Randy and Laura right now. I love you guys, and all of our audience across America that are just heartbroken right now. We're heartbroken with you, but I truly believe that all of this, God is going to use what the enemy meant for evil for good. And to Brian's point about division, this is one of the things that God's put on my heart for a long time, to avoid division and distraction. And we've done so much more to hurt ourselves over these last several years that the enemy could ever do. We spend so much time fighting amongst ourselves and worrying about who's getting credit, going back to some of Reagan's slogans, who's getting credit, and they're on our side. If this doesn't do anything else but say, stop bitching about things that don't matter and focus on the things that matter, and focus on getting rid of the real enemies of God, of family, of country. That's my prayer, is that we come together, stop the division, come together as a country. And again, it's just, I just thank God for Charlie Kirk and for the legacy that he's going to leave behind. And I just pray for him and his family. But again, the entire audience and everyone who's mourning tonight.
Amen to that.
Amen.
Speaking of the media today, and we'll spend some time on it the rest of the show, but there was a statement put out after the disgraceful that John referenced, Matthew Dowd. There was a statement put out by MSNBC. I mean, it's fairly weak, but it's still a statement. During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements, as has he. There's no place for violence in America, political or otherwise. But, John, we see the media and we see the reaction today. We see MSNBC just living on division and hate, saying, oh, it may have been a supporter who was firing off his rifle in joy of celebration, or whatever the hell she said. I mean, it's just, there's no statement that can explain away their behavior.
Now, listen, if you watch MSNBC, you do so at your own peril. The peril of truth, peril of emotion, peril of mental health. But, we live in a free country. I'm glad NBC somewhat repudiated Matthew Dowd. It was an obvious thing to repudiate. I think the bigger thing to repudiate is the mindset that gets a reporter thinking that way regularly, because this isn't the first time he said something stupid. We got to attack this sense that if you don't agree with me, you're the enemy. We weren't that way in this country, but somehow the left has made anyone who doesn't think exactly like them the enemy. Will censor you, will deplatform you, will debank you, and if we have to, we'll shoot you. And that is the sentiment we have to conquer, and that's what this network, I think, does a good job getting us started on every day.
Yeah. Now there is, and again, we're not gonna roll with it, but there is the New York Post and Fox News are reporting the name of a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And to John's point about being of foreign connections, the name certainly would lead you in that direction. And John, I don't know if you've seen this name, but is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, I'm working on, I did know the name a while ago, and we're working on it. When we're 100% sure of the connection, we're going to get it out there for you guys, but take it one step at a time. We want to be careful and smart.
Yeah, absolutely. Gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for the time tonight on what is a tragic day, a tragic night. But as Ben rightly said, hopefully these seeds grow into trees of liberty in Charlie's honor, and we'll remember it and honor it for as long as we can. And the work that all of you do each and every day for this network, we appreciate it. Brian Glenn, John Solomon, Ben Berquam, gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
We really appreciate it.
Be safe.
Thank you. God bless.
It's an honor. Thank you, guys.
All right, live from Studio 6B, 42 past the hour. We blew some of the breaks so that we could spend as much time with the boys as we could on this really devastating night. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back live from Studio 6B. Now there's an update that says FBI Director Kash Patel said the person detained in connection with the Charlie Kirk investigation has been released after being questioned by authorities. So, like John said, you just have to let time do its thing here, because there's people saying they got a name. You have the FBI director that says no. Chat. What's going on in the chat? Sorry, we haven't spent a lot of time in there. Obviously, you understand on a show like tonight.
Yeah, I'm seeing that a lot too, that person was released. Manhunt continues.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up because it's moving so quick. FBI says suspect they had in custody has now been released.
Yep.
So the assassin appears to still be at large.
Well, this is going to be a challenge for the media, right? And I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about the mainstream media, because they're always in a rush to be first. Be first. How about you be right?
We had a bunch of super chat. Audience, guys.
Yeah, we had a couple of LSU Patriot. Thank you very much. Had a couple of nice ones.
I'm sorry, it was hard to read the super chats, but thank you so much.
I didn't read anything.
LSU Patriot gave us 20. I think he gave us about 50 bucks so far. Right? Yeah. God took Moses before the Israelites entered the promised land. Moses, the nation mourned his death, and the transition of leadership was a moment of vulnerability for them. Charlie was our Moses, and we didn't even know it. Very nice. Well put.
Old guy in Texas.
47 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, September 10th. Slick's here, Rick Delgado's here, Paul Nolan's here as well. Obviously a tough night for everybody involved with this network, a tough night for everybody associated with Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, and quite frankly, everybody in the conservative movement. It should be everybody in the world, because what we've seen today is unexplainable tragedy, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, who you watched on this network each and every day, and who had moved a generation of kids to get involved with their country, to want a better country, to want to understand life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, private property rights, individual liberty. What the problems with college were and still are. So he a born advocate for life and just a fighter overall was assassinated today for all of those reasons. Mm-hmm. In an event where he was doing what he loved to do, which was to sit there and speak to college students who some agreed and a lot didn't. And he would debate. And that's what it's supposed to be, open debate. Convince me. Why? Make your argument. I'll make mine, you make yours. Let's see where we end up. Is there anything we can agree on? Do we disagree on everything? This is what he loved to do. This is why when you look at what he built over the years and the people now involved, this is why, because he was so effective at it. There's so very few that are effective at it. They can go out there and do what he did. Just sit down, grab a mic, and say, let's go. And this is what he continued and always loved to do. And as I said in my opening remarks, I can't ever remember, even when he was faced with some of the more vile humans you could imagine being across from and trying to debate, he would never raise his voice. Yeah. I don't think I could think of a tape ever.
No, he personified dignity.
Yeah.
Totally.
And there'll be a time and place to go through all of these other things. It was interesting to hear John talk about the vest, because I had a conversation before we went on air tonight about that exact topic, and looking at one of the videos that was out there, and it looked like that's exactly what happened. But, you see things online and you just say, well, who knows? This could be AI, this could be real, this could be fake. But when you looked at it, exactly what it looked like in slow motion. Exactly. You saw the shirt move.
Mm-hmm. The first thing I thought was high-powered rifle. Did you guys feel the same way? Because the power with which it was thrust, and then the way his body jolted, it was hard. It looked to me like, that was as professional as it gets.
I'm getting reports, Fran, that the YouTube stream is dead on Rav. I don't know if you're saying that, but just take a look.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Paul, when I saw it. Obviously, when you saw the horrific close-up one, you just thought, you just said, oh my God, how does he survive that? Mm-hmm. And you prayed as hard as you could, obviously. Yeah. But also, the professionalism of the hit, and that's what it was, was very clear to pretty much everybody.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty clear at this point. It's not only a professional hit, but a political one, right?
100%.
Let's face it. Political
terrorism is what it is.
This guy was fighting the battle on their battlefield
and winning. Right.
He was leading the charge, and he was leading it from the flank of the young people, the people that they prey upon. And that's again, they can't have. We've seen these people in the past. They've come. Our history is littered with them, with the MLKs and such, and those types that raise a voice who seem to speak to people and can galvanize them and get them together. And you know what? The powers that be, at some point, and again, you see it happen time and again, and it's sad to say, but unfortunately, evil is real. You don't want to think it. You just want to think, hey, well, God has a plan, but sometimes that evil gets involved, and unfortunately, we got to see that. And I feel for all those kids on that campus too, because I know one of them who's on that campus. She goes to school there. She wasn't there that day, luckily. Some of her friends were right up near where Charlie was speaking, and they're traumatized. School, I believe, I just got a message. The school's locked down till Monday. And this affects, again, it just doesn't affect, us here, but it affects a wide range of people around the country, in that community, young and old. And it's sad that somebody who just was out there, being positive, welcoming debate. Hey, come up to the microphone. What do you got to say? Some people just don't like that, and it's sad.
Yeah. One of the other debates, I wanted to read this from someone who sometimes I agree with, a lot of times I don't, is Eric Erickson. He's a radio host. But I think he's right on the money here, and you hear this debate a lot today. Oh, it's a problem on both sides, I don't think so. Yes, there have been some right-wing nuts who have committed violence against the left, but this is not a both sides issue. This is about one side. The side that the data says has the most mentally unwell people constantly using the platforms of the press and the politicians to decry their opponents as Nazis, racists, fascists, bigots, and authoritarians out to destroy the country. This is about the worriers on CNN, MSNBC, NPR, etc., who claim that the right is rolling back rights and that Trump is somehow some dictator authoritarian. This is about the Democrat politicians who call for fighting fire with fire. This is about the left-wing activists who have cheered on violence. This is about the left-wing politicians who have championed violence for trans rights, made excuses for violence. This is about those on the left who said tax cuts would get people killed. Net neutrality would get people killed. Medical reform would get people killed. This is about those in the press and the left.
All right, everybody. We are going to be, I'm going to sign off quick so that we can reconnect to some of our other platforms. And we'll be coming back right directly. Leon's going to be joining us. Blackbeard's Logic, as you've been introduced on our brand new show there, Friday nights. But tragic day here. And we will come right back here with our feed from Real America's Voice and the coverage we've been doing all day. But we're going to sign off, and then we'll come back on, and please come on back, and we're going to have a discussion about what happened today, of course, gun laws, things like that. All right, everybody, just stay with us. We'll be right back.
But there were two